Before D-Day, there was Sicily, the invasion that toppled Mussolini and cracked open Fortress Europe. It was the summer of 1943, and the world's attention turned to the rocky shores of the Mediterranean. Operation Husky, the Allied invasion of Sicily, was about to begin. This was more than a campaign for an island. It was the next great step in the liberation of Europe, the first blow against Hitler's Fortress Europe, the moment when the Allies would test their ability to launch large-scale amphibious and airborne assaults that would set the stage for Normandy 1 year later. The operation combined the might of the United States and the British Empire, with Canadian forces joining the strike, all under a joint command that tested cooperation at the highest levels. It brought together naval armadas stretching across the horizon, airborne divisions dropping behind enemy lines, and amphibious landings that crashed against the beaches of Sicily in the early hours of July 10, 1943. The Germans and Italians defended fiercely, but cracks in Mussolini's crumbling regime widened with every passing day, and the political fate of Italy itself hung in the balance. The battles across Sicily were bitter, fought in scorching heat, dusty villages, and rugged mountains. The Allies faced not only entrenched German defences, but also the challenges of supply lines, coordination, and harsh terrain. Yet from the beaches of Gela to the mountain passes near Trina, from the paratroopers scattered in chaos to the naval gunfire pounding enemy positions, Operation Husky marked the beginning of the end for fascist Italy. Within weeks, Mussolini was toppled, and the road into the Italian mainland lay open. In this documentary, we will explore the entire history of Operation Husky, from the planning stages, to the landings, to the battles that raged across Sicily, and the political upheaval that followed. This is the story of courage, sacrifice, and the turning of the tide in the Mediterranean. But before we dive into this epic story of 1943, I want to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time of day is it as you join me for this journey into the battle for Sicily and the dawn of the Allied push into Europe? The Mediterranean in 1943 was no longer a sea of leisure. It had become the world's most contested crossroads, where supply lines, air routes, and naval lanes intersected with lethal consequence. At the center of this maritime web lay Sicily, a broad island anchoring the southern wing of Europe and looming like a natural bridge between continental Italy and the sands of North Africa. From its eastern tip at Messina to its western promontories, Sicily sat within striking distance of Allied bases in Malta and North Africa, and within easy range of aircraft that could dominate the central Mediterranean. Control of Sicily meant not only command of sea lanes that supplied armies across the region, but the ability to threaten or protect convoys that kept Axis forces alive in Tunisia and Libya. For both the Allies and the Axis, Sicily represented a logistical fulcrum who held it could shape the flow of men, fuel, and food between Europe and Africa. More than a geographic prize, the island carried outsized political value, promising the Allies a stepping stone into Italy itself, and offering the Axis a last bastion before the Italian mainland. Military planners on both sides understood that the capture of Sicily would alter the operational map of the Mediterranean, enabling new offensives and denying the enemy sanctuary. Its beaches offered both opportunity and danger to amphibious forces, while its mountains promised sanctuary to defenders who could turn every ridge and ravine into a killing ground. In the summer of 1943, as the Allied High Command weighed its next move, Sicily's silhouette on the horizon loomed larger with each passing telegram and reconnaissance report. This island, with its ancient towns and jagged coastlines, would become the crucible in which the wider war for the Mediterranean was forged. Sicily's map was marked with ports that had long been the lifeblood of Mediterranean fleets, Palermo, Trapani, Syracuse, Catania, and Messina, each offering deep water harbors or sheltered anchorages vital for resupply and repair. Syracuse, on the island's southeast, boasted wharves and repair facilities that could host warships and protect convoys, making it a prize for any invading fleet. Palermo's spacious harbor and road connections opened access to the fertile interior and provided the Axis with staging points for coastal defense and counterattack. Messina, narrower but strategically priceless, controlled the strait separating Sicily from Calabria, allowing whoever held its docks to regulate traffic between the Tyrrhenian and Ionian seas. Naval yards, fuel depots, and submarine pens dotted the coasts, turning these ports into military hubs as much as commercial cities. For amphibious planners, these ports were both temptations and obstacles. Secure harbors would simplify logistics, but they were also the most heavily defended and observed points on the shoreline. The rocky coves and sandbars along the coast created natural choke points where landing craft could be swept into shoals or exposed to concentrated fire. Night navigation, mines, and coastal batteries combined to turn a seaborne approach into a gamble where a single mistake could strand whole battalions far from safety. Allied naval intelligence pored over aerial photographs and shipping records, trying to deduce not just where ships lay, but where repair crews, fuel stores, and defensive guns were hidden. Above all, whoever could secure ports and keep supply lines open would convert temporary beachheads into permanent lodgements, and that calculus defined the naval contest for Sicily. Throughout the war, supply had been the sinew of armies, and Sicily sat astride the arteries that pumped material from Italy into North Africa and back. Axis forces fighting in Tunisia and Libya depended heavily on convoys that threaded the Mediterranean between Naples, Palermo, and the ports of Sicily, making the island a hub of lifelines. Fuel, aviation, gasoline, and motor fuel was especially critical. Without secure delivery routes across the central Mediterranean, Axis armor and aircraft in Africa would slowly grind to a halt. The Allies, conversely, saw seizing Sicily as a way to shorten their own lines, protect convoys to Malta, and ease pressure on Royal Navy and merchant shipping operating in the region. Control of the island would allow Allied air and naval forces to interdict Axis resupply efforts more effectively, turning the sea once again into a weapon of attrition. Operational planners on both sides modeled supply flows down to the last barrel of oil and sack of flour, because in the Mediterranean's confined theater logistics often decided battles before guns did. Sicily's road network and rail links, though limited and vulnerable, could concentrate or disperse forces rapidly once ports were secure, dictating how fast an invader could exploit a breach. For the defenders, stockpiling ammunition and fuel in inland dumps ahead of any assault was imperative, but moving these supplies under air threat was a perilous task. The island's agricultural hinterland also mattered. Its citrus groves, olive presses, and grain stores could feed garrisons or deny resources to an enemy, turning the countryside itself into contested logistics. In short, Sicily was not merely an objective for armies seeking glory, it was a fulcrum upon which the practical struggle to keep men fed, armed, and moving would pivot. Air power in the Mediterranean was a game of ranges and runways, and Sicily offered both in abundance for whoever controlled its airfields. Airstrips around Catania and Comiso, some improvised on flat coastal plains, could host fighters and medium bombers that would dominate sea lanes and interdicted convoys. From Sicilian airfields, Axis aircraft could reach Malta, southern Italy, and the approaches to Alexandria, threatening Allied centers of gravity across the theater. Similarly, Allied aircraft based in North Africa or on Malta found Sicily close enough to mount sorties that could disrupt the enemy's coastal traffic and blunt counterattacks. The struggle to neutralize and then secure runways would shape the tempo of operations, because without air cover, amphibious landings remained dangerously exposed. Air superiority would allow interdiction of supply routes, close air support for advancing ground troops, and the suppression of coastal batteries that menaced landing craft. Both sides therefore invested in reconnaissance, night navigation, and radar to protect airfields and to blind their opponent to movement. Weather mattered too. The summer heat could sap aircraft performance, while sudden coastal storms made navigation treacherous for pilots and seamen alike. Pilot fatigue, spare parts shortages, and the attrition of trained aircrews all factored into assessments of how long Sicily could be held or seized. In the air as on the sea, Sicily's runways were more than strips of asphalt. They were platforms from which control of the entire central Mediterranean might be projected. Move inland from the beaches and Sicily changes character. Gentle coastal plains give way to terraced hills, deep ravines, and then the rugged spine of the Madoni and Nebrodi ranges. At the island's center rises Mount Etna, Europe's most active volcano, a landscape feature that severed lines of movement and provided natural observation posts for defenders. These mountains created choke points. Narrow valleys could be blocked by small forces and supply convoys ambushed on twisting roads that hugged cliffs. For attackers, the terrain meant that rapid mechanized exploitation after a landing would be difficult, forcing commanders to plan for fighting that resembled mountain warfare more than a classic breakout. Italian fortifications leveraged this geography: machine gun nests in terraced olive groves, pillboxes on ridgelines, and minefields across defiles made every advance costly. Ambulance and supply routes were fragile in such ground, and engineers would be taxed to repair roads under fire, while bridging ravines for tanks and supply trucks. The climate compounded the challenge. July's heat baked the dust into choking clouds, while olive groves and stone walls provided both cover and deadly concealment. Local topography also meant that small airborne or commando forces could, if brilliantly employed, seize mountain passes that would otherwise take armies weeks to reduce. Thus Sicily forced invading commanders to blend amphibious expertise, mountain tactics, and combined arms coordination in a campaign where missteps could be fatal. The island's physical contours would therefore shape not just battles, but the tempo and chaos of an invasion that demanded adaptability at every level. Beyond maps and maneuvers, Sicily was home to millions whose lives would be swept up in the storm. From Palermo's dockworkers to fishermen on tiny boats in the Strait of Messina, many Sicilians had seen war before. Air raids, requisitions, and shortages had hollowed businesses and filled cellars with the anxious murmurs of survival. Under the fascist regime, the island had endured propaganda, conscription, and economic strain. Yet local loyalties were complex and often anchored more in family and community than ideology. Fishermen who knew every shoal along the coast became unwitting scouts for both sides, and rural farmers who harvested wheat and citrus had to decide how to hide supplies from passing armies. For civilians, the prospect of invasion was tinged with fear of bombardment, the uncertainty of occupation, and the hope sometimes whispered of liberation from war's privations. Refugee flows would later clog roads as families fled expected battle zones, carrying few possessions and clinging to ambiguous rumors of safety behind Allied or Axis lines. The human terrain, language, kinship, and mistrust of outsiders would prove as consequential as the physical terrain, influencing partisan activity and cooperation with invading forces. Doctors, priests, and schoolteachers became improvisational leaders during crisis, organizing shelters in churches and schools while trying to maintain a semblance of normal life. These stories of ordinary people, fearful, resourceful, sometimes heroic, would become the hidden substratum of the larger military narrative, their choices shaping small but vital outcomes. In the calculus of war, Sicilian civilians were not merely bystanders. They were agents whose daily decisions would ripple across battle plans and convoys alike. Defending Sicily was a complex, multinational task, with German commanders like Field Marshal Albert Kesselring coordinating with Italian generals such as Alfredo Guzzoni to knit together a defensive web. Kesselring, a veteran of the air war and an astute defensive thinker, emphasized flexibility and the use of terrain to blunt invasions rather than committing to suicidal frontal stands. General Guzzoni, tasked with organizing Italian ground forces, faced shortages of modern equipment and trained divisions, relying instead on tenacity and knowledge of local terrain. The Axis order of battle mixed crack German units, skilled in mobile defense and anti-tank warfare, with Italian formations that varied widely in quality and readiness. Cooperation would not always be seamless. Differences in doctrine, equipment, and command culture made integrated defense an ongoing challenge for Axis planners. Yet the defenders possessed advantages, prepared positions, inland depth to fall back upon, and knowledge of likely landing beaches that allowed them to concentrate artillery and coastal guns. Anti-aircraft batteries ringed key ports, while mobile reserves, panzer and armored reconnaissance units were poised to counterattack any Allied lodgment. Morale among Axis troops was a mixture of hardened German confidence and Italian resilience tempered by weariness from years of conflict and dwindling supplies. Intelligence leaks, reconnaissance flights, and partisan chatter kept defenders alert to Allied intentions, but ambiguity and deception would complicate their response. In the end, Axis leaders prepared to trade ground for time, hoping to inflict such casualties that the Allies would be delayed from threatening the Italian mainland. For Allied strategists, the decision to target Sicily combined military logic with political ambition, a stepping stone into Italy and a way to knock the Axis from the Mediterranean. Churchill argued passionately for a Mediterranean offensive to open a new front and relieve pressure on Eastern Europe, while American planners balanced that with commitments to a cross-channel invasion. The combined chiefs and theater commanders agreed that Sicily offered the best compromise, a large, achievable operation that could yield strategic consequences far beyond its shores. Operational planners rehearsed amphibious doctrine learned in North Africa, refining landings with careful timing, naval gunfire support, and the coordination of air and sea assets. Logistics staffs from Allied navies and armies calculated tonnage, landing schedules, and the fragile arithmetic of fuel and food that would make or break the campaign. Deception specialists began laying intrigues to misdirect Axis eyes, while intelligence officers scoured the island for hidden batteries, roadblocks, and garrison strengths. Across the Mediterranean, men and ships were assembled in secrecy, training in landing maneuvers that would test human endurance under heat, noise, and chaos. Commanders like Eisenhower, Montgomery, and Patton would later shape the execution, but in this moment Sicily stood as a question mark, promising triumph yet demanding sacrifice. What began as an abstract strategic objective would soon become a violent reality, when boats would groan, paratroopers would leap into night, and the island's fate would be decided on sand and stone. Thus the stage was set. Sicily, the Mediterranean battleground, awaited the thunder of war that would remake both maps and destinies. The North African campaign that began in 1940 reached its violent crescendo in Tunisia in the spring of 1943, reshaping Allied thinking about a Mediterranean offensive. After the hard-won victories of El Alamein and Operation Torch, Axis forces found themselves squeezed between Montgomery's 8th Army pushing westward from Egypt and American and British forces advancing east from Algeria and Morocco. The collapse in Tunisia ended with roughly 250,000 Axis prisoners taken, a number that stunned planners and freed vast quantities of Allied shipping and material for future operations. Politically, the victory demonstrated that joint Anglo-American operations could succeed at large scale, forging confidence between generals and the politicians who backed them. More practically, the campaign taught the Allies lessons in coordination, logistics, and the brutal arithmetic of desert warfare that would be indispensable in planning an amphibious invasion. Amphibious doctrine evolved as commanders learned how to concentrate firepower, manage follow-on waves of troops, and coordinate air cover over long stretches of sea and coastal approaches. Supply lessons were pivotal. The Allies had refined the art of sustaining forces across hundreds of miles of sea with convoys, tankers, and temporary harbor facilities, skills essential for an invasion of Sicily. Equally important was the hard-earned experience of interoperability, radio procedures, joint staff planning, and liaison teams that reduced the friction of combined operations. The psychological effect on Allied soldiers and sailors was profound. Troops hardened in the dunes believed they could now undertake larger, more complex assaults against fortified coasts. In short, Tunisia converted theoretical plans into tested doctrine and liberated resources, creating the operational space in which the Allies could contemplate a Mediterranean leap into Europe. One of the most tangible takeaways from Tunisia was the necessity of engineering ingenuity under fire. As sappers learnt to clear mines, build causeways, and improvise piers under enemy observation, the Allies discovered that beachheads could only be maintained if engineers quickly restored movement, bridged gaps, and organized supply dumps within hours of the landing. Tanks, which performed unevenly in soft sand and broken terrain, needed special maintenance plans and transport arrangements that planners began to formalize. Air superiority had turned from a tactical advantage into an operational prerequisite, as control of the sky prevented enemy interdiction and allowed close air support for ground forces. Naval gunfire support required precise fire direction and forward observers embedded with assault units to avoid friendly casualties and to neutralize coastal batteries. The campaign also highlighted the danger of underestimating local terrain and climatic effects, such as the choking dust, summer heat, and poisoned wells that could sap unit cohesion. Counterintelligence and deception, honed in Tunisia, helped mask troop movements and feints, and these skills would be scaled up for the deception operations surrounding Husky. Medical evacuation procedures were refined, with casualty collection points, hospital ships, and better triage smoothing the flow of wounded and reducing mortality rates. All these tactical refinements were not abstract doctrines, but hard-won practices that were written into planning manuals and trained in rehearsal camps across Algeria and Morocco. When the planners looked towards Sicily, these operational blueprints, sapper tactics, air-naval coordination, logistics sequencing, formed the backbone of amphibious planning. Beyond tactics, Tunisia's fall had immediate strategic and political consequences that nudged Allied leaders toward an invasion of the European periphery. With Rommel's Afrika Korps expelled and Axis air and naval power weakened, the Mediterranean was suddenly less forbidding and more opportunistic for Allied planners. Roosevelt and Churchill, meeting at Casablanca in January 1943, interpreted the collapse in North Africa as validation for opening another front before a cross-channel assault could be attempted. The Allied leadership feared that waiting would allow the Axis to recover in Italy, so pressing into Sicily promised both a tangible military gain and a political momentum. On the Axis side, The defeat exposed Italy's vulnerability and eroded the aura of invincibility surrounding Axis arms, fueling dissent within Mussolini's regime. German commanders, meanwhile, recognized that holding Italy would now require reinforcing the peninsula, forcing a difficult allocation of men and materiel across multiple fronts. Intelligence gleaned from Tunisian operations also provided a clearer picture of Axis supply routes and coastal defenses that could be exploited in Mediterranean planning. The political calculus was not uniform. Some American leaders preferred a direct assault across the Channel, but the Mediterranean offered a compromise that promised to pressure Axis diplomacy and posture. The fall of Tunisia therefore reshaped the strategic map, not by dictating Husky's details, but by creating the possibility and political will to stage a large-scale Mediterranean operation. In concert, military success in North Africa and Allied diplomacy converged to make Sicily the next logical objective in a campaign to roll back Axis control of Europe's southern flank. From the Axis perspective, the loss in North Africa forced an uncomfortable reassessment of defensive priorities across the Mediterranean theatre. Germany could not easily replace the men and equipment lost in Tunisia without diverting resources from the Eastern Front, where the Wehrmacht faced mounting pressures. Italian forces, already stretched thin and often poorly equipped, were exposed as weak links whose morale and logistic infrastructure would be decisive in any Sicilian defense. Field Marshal Kesselring and his staff understood that holding Sicily would require a flexible defense in depth rather than a rigid coastal stronghold, but implementing that doctrine demanded time and materials they simply could not spare. The Wehrmacht therefore sought to shore up the most probable landing zones with artillery and mobile reserves, while relying on Italian units to hold secondary sectors. Supply constraints meant that heavy guns, armored reinforcements, and fuel were concentrated in key ports and approaches, creating gaps that Allied intelligence could exploit. Axis commanders also feared Allied airbases on Sicily would compromise the security of supply lines to southern Italy and North Africa, spurring a frantic effort to improve anti-aircraft defenses. The loss of experienced North African commanders and staff officers compounded Axis difficulties, as veteran tactical knowledge had been dissipated in the campaign's route. Above all, Axis planners feared an amphibious invasion that could split their forces and force a retreat from the Italian mainland, a strategic setback with far-reaching political consequences. These constraints shaped the Axis defensive posture in Sicily, making it both formidable in places and fragile where supply and quality of troops were lacking. Intelligence gathered during the North African campaign through captured documents, prisoner interrogations, and signals intelligence proved invaluable for future Mediterranean operations. Ultra-decrypts and human intelligence revealed Axis shipping schedules, unit dispositions, and the precarious state of their fuel reserves, information that planners could exploit in invasion planning. Reconnaissance units learned to fuse aerial photography with local informants and naval scouting reports to create detailed maps of coastal defenses and inland roads. The capture of enemy charts and naval codes in Tunisia also allowed Allied naval commanders to route convoys more safely and to anticipate U-boat activity. Tactical deceptions deployed in North Africa, false radio traffic, dummy camps, and feints showed how easily an adversary could be misled about intentions and timing. Successful interrogation of Axis prisoners unveiled not only tactical weaknesses, but also morale issues and dissent that could be leveraged politically. This intelligence mosaic informed Allied planners in Algeria and Morocco as they rehearsed the logistics and timing that would be essential for a simultaneous landing across multiple beaches. The Allies also learned the limits of their knowledge, areas where aerial photos could not reveal hidden bunkers or underground fuel caches, forcing a more cautious approach in planning assaults. In short, Tunisia provided both raw information and the experience to turn that information into actionable plans, increasing the Allies' edge as they moved toward Sicily. Intelligence refined under desert conditions became a decisive force multiplier, reducing uncertainty about enemy dispositions and increasing the odds of successful amphibious operations. Logistics had been the unsung hero of Allied success in Tunisia, and planners carried those lessons directly into preparations for Sicily. The campaign proved the necessity of pre-staging fuel, ammunition, and beach stores in forward areas, demanding meticulous scheduling of convoys and unloading procedures. Landing ships and tankers, LSTs, LCTs, and various landing craft had proved indispensable in North Africa, enabling mechanized forces to cross the sea with their vehicles and supplies intact. The Allies refined the use of temporary piers and causeways to expedite offloading when established ports were damaged or unavailable, practices that would be crucial during Husky's initial days. Maintenance and recovery crews, often overlooked in doctrine, became central to sustaining momentum, repairing tanks and ships under arduous conditions. Fuel consumption forecasts were rewritten to account for the heavy demands of mechanized warfare, and resupply chains were hardened to withstand air attack and submarine interdiction. Medical logistics, evacuation, field hospitals, and blood transfusion protocols were expanded and rehearsed, saving countless lives during subsequent amphibious operations. Supply officers who had navigated Tunisia's chaotic ports developed methods for rapid beachhead logistics, employing surrendered or improvised local labor to speed unloading. In essence, the capacity to turn sand and shore into a functioning supply base separated a temporary lodgment from a sustained campaign. The lessons of Tunisia thus ensured that when Allied ships approached Sicily's coasts, they carried not only assault troops but the logistical tools required to keep them fighting. Tunisia also clarified the human dimension of coalition warfare, exposing both the power and pitfalls of Anglo-American coordination under pressure. Leaders like General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who had overseen Operation Torch, learned the diplomatic art of managing egos and national sensitivities while keeping operational aims coherent. British commanders such as Montgomery and Australian and Free French contingents showed that nationality mattered less than the ability to synchronize movement across deserts and seas. However petty rivalries and differing doctrines, American emphasis on maneuver, British preference for methodical advances sometimes produced friction that planners had to mitigate. Tunisia's Joint Staff arrangements developed a playbook of liaison officers, joint planning cells, and combined logistics headquarters that would be replicated for Husky. Commanders also learned to pre-position authority, clarifying who made what decisions in the fog of amphibious operations to avoid paralysis during critical hours. The campaign revealed the importance of political-military liaison, as civilian leaders in Washington and London sought to influence operational priorities for strategic and electoral reasons. Young officers trained in Tunisia returned to rear areas to teach landing drills and beach control procedures, institutionalizing hard-won practices across the Allied armies. In this way, Tunisia forged a generation of commanders and staff who could operate in concert, a human network as essential as any convoy chain. When the time came to invade Sicily, these organizational lessons would be as decisive as tanks or guns, smoothing the friction of multinational warfare. Above all the doctrines and plans, Tunisia changed the people who would fight in Sicily, men tempered by sand, dust, and bitter weather, into a crucible of practical experience. Infantrymen learned to expect the unexpected air attacks at dawn, minefields in apparent soft ground, and the sudden roar of tanks emerging from olive groves. Tank crews understood the fragility of machines in desert conditions, improvising repairs with scavenged parts and makeshift tools. Sailors who had convoyed supplies learned the terror of night watches, scanning horizons for U-boats and the silhouette of enemy aircraft. Pilots who had flown over Tunisia developed the instincts to seek small tactical windows in which to provide close air support and to disable coastal batteries. Medical officers counted the value of triage and rapid evacuation after seeing how prompt treatment turned grievous wounds into survivable injuries. For Allied civilians and home fronts, Tunisia's victory was a morale boost that validated the sacrifices of long supply lines and convoy losses. Yet the human cost was heavy: thousands dead, wounded, or taken prisoner, and the psychological scarring of those who witnessed the aftermath of battle. Their testimonies, letters home, and the accounts of chaplains and correspondents would inform training, emphasizing the need for rest, rotation, and attention to morale on future campaigns. Thus, when Allied forces readied for Sicily, they carried not only equipment and plans, but the lived memory of Tunisia, its victories, mistakes, and the people who had learned how to fight effectively in a harsh theater. In January 1943, in the sun-baked rooms of the Anfa Hotel at Casablanca, two men and their staffs reshaped Allied grand strategy. Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill met for 10 days amid stacks of maps, intelligence reports, and a constant stream of couriers bearing news from the fronts. The gathering, January 14th to 24th, took place while the Red Army bled at Stalingrad, and Stalin's absence cast a long shadow over every deliberation. Casablanca functioned less as ceremony than as a working headquarters where men argued over tonnage of fuel, numbers of landing craft, and the timing of air cover. Roosevelt arrived with a globe-wide perspective, balancing commitments in Europe and the Pacific, while Churchill carried the weight of the empire's maritime lifelines and a deep conviction about the Mediterranean's strategic value. Their senior chiefs, Marshall, King, Brooke, and others, lined the tables with technical plans that turned political aims into schedules of ships, sorties, and supply dumps. Behind closed doors, the rhetoric of unconditional victory mixed with raw calculations of shipping capacity and the location of Axis gun emplacements. Every option carried human consequence: soldiers, sailors, and airmen whose lives would be measured in the speed of convoys and the availability of spare parts. Rumors of second fronts and diversionary schemes circulated in corridors, sharpening the sense that choices made in Morocco would echo across battlefields. Casablanca therefore became the hinge moment: strike directly at Hitler's Europe or pry open the Mediterranean through Sicily, and the Allies set the course for 1943. At the heart of Casablanca lay a single stubborn debate about timing and geography. Should the Allies attempt an early cross-channel invasion into France, or first open a southern front through Sicily and Italy? American planners, backed by Roosevelt and General George Marshall, pushed for the direct route across the Channel, arguing that a decisive Western assault would relieve pressure on the Soviet Union and help end the war sooner. Churchill and many British chiefs counseled caution, worried that an ill-timed Channel operation in 1943 would be prohibitively costly, and that Britain's Mediterranean lifelines could not be willingly surrendered. Britain's case emphasized the immediate gains of Sicily, airfields, ports, and shortened lines of supply that would blunt Axis naval and air power in the central Mediterranean. The Americans countered that resources, landing craft, trained divisions, and fighter cover were scarce, and that pressing on two grand fronts simultaneously might doom both efforts. Beyond purely military logic lay political forces. Roosevelt's attention was divided by demands in the Pacific, while Churchill sought an operation that could deliver tangible results and preserve British influence. Theatre commanders fed sober appraisals of transport capacity, air cover, and port vulnerability into the debate, reminding politicians that plans were built of logistics as much as courage. In the end, pragmatism and politics found a compromise. Sicily would be the immediate objective, while the promise of a later cross-channel assault would be maintained. Churchill's argument for Sicily was a layered case of military, economic, and political logic, each reinforcing the other. Militarily, he insisted that taking Sicily would force Germany to divert divisions to Italy, stretching the Wehrmacht and easing pressure elsewhere on the continent. Economically, he pointed out that control of Sicily would shorten Allied supply routes across the Mediterranean, saving precious merchant tonnage and reducing exposure to U-boat and air attacks. Politically, he foresaw Sicily as a lever to shake Mussolini's regime. An island invasion might accelerate Italy's collapse and open a path into the Italian mainland. For the British, the island was not a mere stepping stone, but a pivot that could produce airfields and ports to sustain subsequent operations in southern Europe and the Balkans. Churchill also framed the operation as a test of Allied logistical muscle. If the Allies could land, supply and sustain armies across the water at scale, that capacity would inform and enable later larger campaigns. Beneath these practical arguments lay a geopolitical calculation. Success in the Mediterranean would preserve British clout in the post-war order and reassure colonial holdings of continued protection. Opponents warned Sicily might be a diversion from the decisive Western Front, but Churchill's maritime experience and urgency about the Mediterranean's lifelines ultimately swayed many in the British and Allied staffs. His persistence made Sicily the best operational compromise for the moment, and the conference moved from dispute toward a hard decision. Roosevelt's posture in Casablanca was essentially pragmatic. He wanted to secure immediate gains without abandoning the longer strategic objective of an eventual Western invasion. He pressed for clarity on timelines and insisted that any Mediterranean operation be coordinated so as not to undercut a future cross-channel assault. To make that political and strategic unity public and binding, Casablanca produced the doctrine of unconditional surrender, a declaration largely associated with Roosevelt that signaled to Moscow and to the world a commitment to total victory. This declaration had military as well as symbolic significance, intended to assure the Soviets of Allied resolve and to prevent separate peace negotiations with Axis leaders. Operationally, Roosevelt demanded that air, naval, and logistical resources be apportioned so Sicily could be taken without diverting the raw power needed for later campaigns in Northwest Europe. Chiefs like Marshall and Admiral King were tasked to refine shipping allocations and the staging of landing craft so that Sicilian requirements did not fatally deplete resources for other theaters. The resulting policy was a form of strategic hedging, accept an immediate but limited southern offensive while preserving the industrial and military momentum for the main assault on Germany in due course. In practice, Casablanca initiated a two-track strategy: act now to seize the Mediterranean advantage, and plan later to strike the Reich's core. Roosevelt's compromise reflected both realism and patience, binding Allied partners to a shared but staged campaign. The presence of three French personalities at Casablanca, Charles de Gaulle and Henri Giraud, introduced a brittle diplomatic subplot that underscored the conference's wider political fiction. De Gaulle arrived determined to assert French authority over liberated territories, while Giraud, favored by some Americans, represented an alternative leadership of the French forces. Their meeting was awkward and largely marginalized. Neither man commanded the full confidence of Washington or London, and both were deliberately kept away from core military planning sessions. Even so, the French question mattered concretely. If Sicily fell, who would govern liberated towns, manage ports, and maintain civil order in the hours after landings? Officers at AFHQ quietly drafted provisional administration plans to avoid the chaos of power vacuums on liberated shores, assigning liaison teams and police cadres to the problem. The sidelining of de Gaulle foreshadowed the larger difficulties of occupation and reconstruction that follow any conquest, revealing that military victory would quickly morph into political responsibility. Roosevelt's handling of the French leaders signaled American impatience with internecine wrangling, but also a growing appreciation that governance planning was an essential part of operational success. The French drama was thus a reminder that Casablanca was not only about shells and ships, but about the messy human business of turning battlefield gain into stable control. Planners left Morocco with the sobering lesson that liberation demands immediate political as well as logistical solutions. Casablanca did not merely debate theory, it installed the command machinery that would turn decision into action, naming officers and allocating responsibilities for the coming campaign. The combined chiefs appointed General Dwight D. Eisenhower as Commander-in-Chief for Allied operations in the Mediterranean, a political and operational choice reflecting American weight in the theatre. British General Sir Harold Alexander was designated deputy to command the 15th Army Group that would coordinate the two field armies assaulting Sicily. Operational commanders were selected from the Desert Crucible. Bernard Montgomery would lead the 8th Army and George S. Patton the U.S. 7th Army in the initial landings and drives inland. Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham was named Naval Commander and Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder, the Air Commander, creating a triad of sea, land and air leadership for the operation. These appointments balanced national sensitivities with combat experience, placing proven commanders into positions of joint responsibility. Planners anticipated friction. Montgomery and Patton were both strong personalities, but hoped that clear chains of command would reduce battlefield rivalry. At the staff level, logistics teams and beachmasters were ordered to detail landing schedules, unloading priorities, and the rapid establishment of supply dumps. With the organizational framework in place, Casablanca transformed abstract strategy into a chain of command that could be exercised in harbors, on beaches, and along rocky Sicilian roads. An immediate product of Casablanca was a burst of planning for deception, interdiction, and air campaigns designed to multiply Allied advantage and to conceal the true axis of assault. Deception officers began crafting schemes to misdirect Axis intelligence, setting intellectual foundations for operations like the later Mincemeat plot that would mislead German strategists about where the main blows would fall. The combined chiefs also endorsed intensified strategic bombing to sap German industrial capacity and to hamper reinforcement flows into Italy, linking air power at strategic depth to the tactical needs of amphibious landings. Naval staffs retasked convoys and anti-submarine screens to free enough escorts and landing craft for the Sicilian venture without exposing Atlantic routes to undue risk. Air planners used lessons from North Africa to plan fighter sweeps, interdiction sorties and close support packages matched to Sicily's jagged coasts and inland ravines. At the same time, political leaders required commitments that resources earmarked for the Mediterranean would not preclude preparations for the Western invasion. This produced detailed, often tense allocations of ships, planes and men. Casablanca thus produced a wartime choreography: deception to blind the enemy, bombing to soften defenses, and logistics to sustain the assault. The result was a complex web of interlocking plans that sought to turn limited resources into maximum operational effect. In short, the conference married strategic patience to tactical ingenuity. For the soldiers, sailors, and airmen who would later storm Sicilian beaches, Casablanca's strategy translated into concrete tasks and anxieties. Which ports would they seek? How long would ships wait at anchor? And which runways would fighter squadrons occupy? Training camps filled with men who had learnt their trade in Tunisia. Landing craft were modified and multiplied, and air crews rehearsed low-level interdiction tailored to Sicily's coastline. Eisenhower's staff wrestled with human variables, fatigue, morale, and the discipline needed to land under fire, and to keep supply chains alive in the chaos of battle. Behind the maps and memoranda, thousands of technicians labored through nights to turn plans into hardware, boats, radios, and spare parts, without which plans collapse. Families across Britain, the United States, and the Commonwealth listened for news, unaware of the small but critical calculations being sealed in Morocco, allocations of tonnage, schedules of convoys, and the marginal ton of fuel that would define mobility. Churchill and Roosevelt left Casablanca with proclamations and commitments, but the real work, rehearsals, deception, and logistics, unfolded quietly in harbours, on practice beaches, and at Maltese airfields. The decision to invade Sicily bound strategy to responsibility. It promised liberation for some, devastation for others, and a fierce contest over the Mediterranean's future. Casablanca had set the stage. In the months to come, men would move from conference rooms to landing craft, and the island would prove whether the grand strategy forged in Morocco could survive the hard arithmetic of war. From the moment Casablanca's decisions were signed, Operation Husky began to take shape in the offices, map rooms, and briefing tents of Allied headquarters. The planning fell under the Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who had already overseen Torch in North Africa and now bore the responsibility of the largest amphibious operation in history up to that point. His deputy, General Sir Harold Alexander, commanded the newly formed 15th Army Group, tasked with coordinating both Montgomery's British 8th Army and Patton's American 7th Army. Eisenhower's style was diplomatic and pragmatic, a necessary balance to the strong personalities beneath him who would later clash on Sicilian soil. Planners had to weld together the ambitions of two nations, two navies, and two air forces into a single operational machine. In Algiers, conference tables buckled under maps of Sicily, annotated with beach gradients, coastal batteries, and supply routes feeding inland. Staff officers worked by candlelight, charting the tonnage of ammunition, barrels of fuel, and daily bread rations that would have to be landed across shifting surf. The task was enormous, not just because of numbers, but because the Mediterranean's winds, currents, and limited ports meant every calculation had to be precise. Operation Husky was not simply a plan, it was a gamble in arithmetic, coordination, and trust. Each decision carried lives within its margins, and each officer knew mistakes would be paid for on Sicilian beaches. Montgomery, fresh from El Alamein, argued forcefully for concentration, rejecting dispersed landings that he believed would risk piecemeal defeat. His insistence on a narrow front meant shifting American landings westward, creating tensions that Patton and his staff resented. Montgomery envisioned his 8th Army landing on the southeastern coast near Syracuse, from where he could drive north along the Catania Plain toward Messina. Patton, commanding the newly raised 7th Army, was relegated to covering the western flank, his role initially framed as a shield rather than a spearhead. These arrangements revealed the friction inherent in coalition warfare. The British sought decisive thrusts, while Americans demanded greater initiative to prove their growing strength. Alexander attempted to mediate, but the final plan still reflected Montgomery's influence, much to the irritation of Patton's headquarters. Even at this early stage, egos and strategy intertwined, foreshadowing the competition that would later erupt as both armies raced across the island. Yet despite quarrels, the armies were bound together by necessity, for Sicily's rugged geography demanded cooperation if the landings were to succeed. The tension between personalities and operational needs would become one of Husky's defining characteristics. The blueprint of invasion was therefore as much about human dynamics as maps and logistics. Allied unity existed, but it was fragile, stitched together under Eisenhower's careful hand. Naval planning was equally daunting. demanding the orchestration of nearly 3,000 vessels of every type: battleships, cruisers, destroyers, troop transports, landing craft, and minesweepers. Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham, commander of the Mediterranean Fleet, and Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt of the U.S. Navy had to knit together two naval cultures under one plan. Convoys had to cross hundreds of miles from North African ports to carefully timed assault waves arriving under cover of darkness. Minesweepers would clear approaches, destroyers would suppress coastal batteries, and battleships would unleash bombardments intended to shatter defenses before the first craft touched shore. Beachmasters, trained in North Africa, rehearsed the choreography of guiding landing craft into shallow surf, while engineers prepared to lay temporary piers. The complexity was staggering. Every ship had a precise schedule, every battalion a designated wave, and every cargo hold a priority to unload under fire. Naval officers knew the sea itself was an enemy, with July's unpredictable winds threatening to scatter formations and swamp landing craft. The fleet's sheer scale transformed the Mediterranean into a floating city of steel, smoke, and discipline, each ship bound by a single clock. Behind its order lay chaos waiting to erupt the moment men and machines met enemy fire. The naval dimension of Husky would be the lifeline upon which the entire campaign depended. Without its flawless execution, armies would drown before they ever reached Sicily. Air power demanded its own intricate choreography, overseen by Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder and General Carl Spaatz of the U.S. Army Air Forces. Sicily lay within striking distance of Axis bases in Sardinia, Calabria, and the island itself, making air superiority a non-negotiable requirement. Allied bombers based in North Africa and Malta began pounding Sicilian ports, airfields, and road networks months before the invasion. Every hangar destroyed, every bridge collapsed, was intended to weaken the defenders' ability to counterattack on the beaches. Escort fighters, many flying from hastily prepared strips in Tunisia, learned the routes and rhythms of Sicilian skies. Yet planners understood air power was more than destruction. It was timing, ensuring that fighters shielded paratroopers at night and close air support squadrons strafed defensive strongpoints at dawn. The integration of air operations with naval and ground timetables was unprecedented, requiring joint planning cells to draft missions down to the minute. Deconfliction of thousands of aircraft over narrow battle zones demanded innovations in communications and control. Weather forecasts became as critical as ammunition stocks, since a sudden fog or mistral wind could blind bombers and scatter paratroopers. For Tedder and Spaatz, the mission was not simply to bomb, but to choreograph an aerial ballet that would keep the invasion alive. Husky thus became one of the first truly joint operations where land, sea, and air were fused into a single moving organism. Its success would depend on whether this fragile synchronization survived contact with chaos. Deception operations formed an invisible but vital dimension of Husky's birth, designed to convince the Axis that Sicily was not the target. British intelligence masterminded Operation Barclay, a grand plan to suggest invasions of Greece and Sardinia, supported by radio traffic, fake unit patches, and double agents feeding false information. The most audacious element became Operation Mincemeat, where a corpse dressed as a British officer was released off the coast of Spain, carrying documents that implied Greece was the objective. German intelligence swallowed the bait, diverting reserves eastward and reinforcing areas far from Sicily. Dummy camps in North Africa, filled with inflatable tanks and wooden aircraft, reinforced the illusion of preparations for other landings. Radio deception created phantom armies, complete with signal chatter and fictitious order of battle documents. The deception campaign was so successful that even after Allied convoys were at sea, Axis commanders remained uncertain where the blow would fall. These elaborate illusions bought precious time and weakened Sicilian defences by dispersing Axis strength. It was a rare victory of imagination over firepower, where creativity became a weapon equal to bombs and shells. Deception gave Husky its best chance before the first shot was fired, and in the fog of war, belief could be as decisive as bullets. Coordination between Allied services was not smooth, for every decision required compromise between national pride and operational necessity. American logisticians emphasized speed and mass, while British officers favored methodical precision and reserve stockpiles. Each service had its own landing craft designs, medical evacuation protocols, and communication equipment, creating constant friction in planning cells. Eisenhower's greatest achievement during this stage was less about maps and more about diplomacy, keeping tempers in check while steering the plan forward. Staff officers from two continents argued over fuel allotments, landing priorities, and even rations, debating whether British tea or American coffee would fill supply crates. Yet beneath these frictions, rehearsals continued on North African beaches, where soldiers practiced clambering into landing craft under live fire drills. Engineers tested portable causeways and vehicles, rehearsed the delicate task of driving from ship to shore without sinking. Every service understood that unity of action was the only way to offset the inevitable chaos of combat. The planning rooms therefore became crucibles where differences were hammered into compromise through sheer necessity. Coordination was never perfect, but it was enough to weld two great military traditions into one machine. Husky's birth was messy, but it was alive. The challenge of scale haunted every calculation, for Operation Husky would involve nearly 500,000 men, transported across a sea and supplied on hostile shores. It dwarfed Torch, exceeding in complexity anything yet attempted by the Allies, with lessons that would later influence Normandy itself. More than 3,000 ships would carry 150,000 assault troops in the first waves, followed by hundreds of thousands more in successive echelons. Over 4,000 aircraft would support the landings, from paratroopers dropping inland to bombers flattening strong points and fighters dueling Axis interceptors. Supply estimates ran into millions of tons: fuel, ammunition, rations, medical supplies, and engineering equipment, all of which had to flow uninterrupted across fragile beachheads. The sheer size of the operation required new innovations in scheduling, beach traffic control, and the coordination of naval fire with infantry advances. Even mail delivery to the troops was calculated, because morale was a commodity as essential as bread and bullets. The scale magnified every risk. A single failure in coordination could cascade into catastrophe, threatening the entire campaign. Yet scale also offered power, an overwhelming weight of men and machines designed to crush resistance through sheer momentum. Husky's planners understood they were writing a new chapter in warfare. The question was whether the execution would match the vision. By the spring of 1943, Operation Husky existed not merely as a plan, but as a living organism, fed by thousands of minds and hands working in tandem. The generals saw maps and arrows, but the staff officers saw timetables, cargo manifests, and coded orders ready to be transmitted at the hour of execution. Deception campaigns blurred the enemy's vision, while rehearsals on North African beaches hardened the muscles of men who would soon fight for real. The logistical skeleton was set. The naval and air flesh was being layered, and the heartbeat of the plan throbbed in every convoy assembly area. Eisenhower, ever cautious, reminded his staff that no plan survives first contact, yet he trusted the machinery they had built. The invasion of Sicily was now inevitable, its momentum too great to reverse. its resources too vast to conceal. Axis eyes scanned the Mediterranean in search of answers, unaware that the blow they feared was already moving toward them. Husky was not only born, it was already gathering strength, preparing to leap across the sea. For the men who planned it, the hardest work was nearly done. For the men who would land on Sicilian beaches, the hardest work had not yet begun. By the spring of 1943, two vast armies gathered in North Africa, training under the relentless sun and rehearsing for the greatest amphibious assault yet attempted. On one side stood Bernard Montgomery's British 8th Army, veterans of El Alamein and the grueling pursuit across Libya into Tunisia. Hardened by years of desert war, they carried with them the confidence of proven victory, but also the fatigue of endless campaigns fought in dust, heat, and hunger. On the other side assembled George S. Patton's U.S. 7th Army, newer to the war's crucible, but driven by ambition and the desire to prove American strength on the world stage. The 7th Army included divisions that had stumbled at Kasserine Pass, but had since learned, adapted, and grown into a force eager for redemption. Together these two armies represented the fusion of Allied power, one seasoned and methodical, the other youthful and aggressive, both ready to test their doctrines against fortified Axis soil. Training camps across Algeria and Tunisia became miniature cities of tents, depots, and airfields, filled with the clatter of tanks, the roar of engines, and the bark of drill sergeants. Every soldier knew the destination was Sicily, even if the name was rarely spoken aloud. Between them stood Harold Alexander, the British general tasked with commanding both armies under a single banner. Coordination between Montgomery's precision and Patton's audacity would define the shape of the coming campaign. Montgomery's 8th Army had been rebuilt and reorganized after Tunisia, with divisions reinforced and newly equipped for amphibious operations. It included the 1st Canadian Infantry Division, fresh to the Mediterranean and eager to prove itself in its first major campaign. Alongside them marched the veteran 51st Highland Division, scarred by desert fighting but possessing a reputation for toughness in any terrain. British armoured brigades, equipped with Churchills and Shermans, prepared to exchange the open sands for the tighter fields and valleys of Sicily. Artillery units, long the backbone of Montgomery's methodical advances, rehearsed coastal bombardments and inland fire coordination to support beach assaults. Engineers drilled in the rapid clearance of mines and construction of improvised roads across rugged ground. Amphibious training emphasized the transition from landing craft to coordinated inland advances, with rehearsals staged under live fire to simulate enemy resistance. Montgomery demanded exactness, insisting that every timetable, every beach sector, every supply detail be drilled until no uncertainty remained. His soldiers, though weary, respected his discipline, knowing that his obsession with preparation had saved lives in earlier battles. The 8th Army thus entered Husky not only as an experienced force, but as an instrument sharpened to precision. Montgomery intended nothing less than to land in strength, seize Syracuse, and drive with steady pressure up the Catania plain. Patton's 7th Army was a force forged in fire and controversy, reflecting the character of its commander, flamboyant, ruthless, and driven by relentless energy. Its core included the 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One, already blooded in North Africa, and known for discipline and tenacity under fire. Alongside them was the 3rd Infantry Division, aggressive and flexible, with amphibious experience from Torch that made them ideal for Sicily's beaches. The newly arrived 45th Infantry Division, the Thunderbirds, brought the freshness of American citizen soldiers, many experiencing their first campaign, yet motivated to prove their worth. Patton ensured his army trained with relentless rigor, enforcing standards of discipline that bordered on the severe. His soldiers drilled repeatedly in embarking and disembarking from landing craft, scaling beaches under live fire, and executing rapid inland thrusts. Patton's armoured battalions, though limited in number, were trained to exploit gaps with speed, carrying with them Shermans and Stuarts tested in desert campaigns. Artillery brigades rehearsed mobile fire missions, aiming to replicate the rapid response that had once been a weakness in Tunisia. Above all, Patton drilled his army to fight aggressively, to seize initiative, and to never allow the enemy to dictate tempo. The 7th Army entered Husky as a force both eager and unproven, carrying the weight of American pride. Patton himself framed the invasion as the moment America would step firmly onto European soil. Supporting both armies was a formidable arsenal of Allied weaponry, each piece tested, modified, and prepared for Sicily's unique terrain. The British brought their Churchill tanks, heavy and slow but armoured to endure fire, alongside newer Sherman models supplied by American industry. The Americans favoured the Sherman as well, a tank not invincible, but reliable, versatile, and easier to maintain than most Axis machines. Infantry carried Lee Enfields, Garrands, and Thompson submachine guns, weapons familiar in their hands after months of practice and battle. Mortars and field guns were plentiful, ensuring that every advance could be backed by suppressive fire at critical moments. Anti-tank weapons, from British 6-pounders to American 57 guns, were distributed liberally to meet the expected German panzers. Naval gunfire promised heavier support than ever before, with battleships and cruisers ready to pour shells onto coastal batteries and inland strongpoints. Air support brought a new dimension of firepower, with Spitfires, P-40S, and B-25 bombers assigned to protect the landings and shatter counterattacks. Amphibious equipment included newly modified landing craft, capable of carrying tanks directly onto the sand, minimizing delays in the first critical hours. Each weapon, each vehicle, each crate of ammunition represented planning lessons carried over from North Africa. The armies that assembled for Husky were armed not just with steel, but with the confidence of refinement through past trials. The logistical tail that supported these armies was immense, stretching from American factories to British depots and North African ports. Convoys brought in fresh uniforms, replacement vehicles, and the endless supplies of food and ammunition that modern armies consumed at staggering rates. Medical units prepared field hospitals with surgical teams trained to operate within hours of the landings. Quartermasters stockpiled everything from barbed wire to blankets, ensuring no shortage would cripple operations once ashore. Engineers built staging areas near Tunisian ports, laying out depots and fuel farms to feed the Armada that would carry men to Sicily. Thousands of landing craft, many newly built, were assembled and modified to suit the specific beaches chosen for the invasion. Airfields across North Africa buzzed with activity, as aircraft were ferried in, armed, and made ready for constant sorties over Sicily. The organization of supply schedules became a science, with every ship's manifest planned down to the crate, ensuring priority cargo, fuel, ammunition, radios, arrived in the first waves. Every soldier carried not only a rifle, but the weight of this massive machinery of war behind him. For the armies assembled, supply was not a background detail, it was the lifeline upon which survival would depend. Husky demanded not just fighters, but a machine of logistics without which the invasion would collapse. The human element was as vital as the equipment, for armies are more than numbers. They are men with fears, ambitions, and memories. British veterans remembered the grinding attrition of desert warfare, where battles dragged on for weeks under pitiless heat. Canadians felt the weight of expectation, for their division's baptism of fire would define how their nation was seen on the global stage. American troops carried pride, but also anxiety, some haunted by Kasserine, others eager to prove that the United States could fight toe-to-toe with Germany's best. Letters home spoke of anticipation, speculation about what awaited them across the sea, and the nervous humor that masks fear. Chaplains organized services on the eve of departure, filling tents with whispered prayers for courage and safe return. Medical officers lectured men on malaria prevention, warning them about Sicily's summer mosquitoes and the diseases lurking in stagnant pools. Officers drilled their men not only in tactics but in discipline under chaos, reminding them that panic on a beach could kill more surely than enemy bullets. Rivalries simmered between Canadians and Britons, between Americans and their British counterparts, but beneath them was shared determination. For these men, Husky was not a map exercise, but the next trial in lives already scarred by war. The armies assembled were flesh and blood, ready to be tested in ways they could scarcely imagine. Overseeing this vast machine was General Harold Alexander, calm, composed, and diplomatic, charged with harmonizing the energies of Montgomery and Patton. Alexander's role was often understated, but his ability to mediate disputes and maintain unity was critical. He encouraged Montgomery's meticulousness while giving Patton room to exercise his flair for aggressive action. Eisenhower relied on Alexander as the glue that kept the army group functioning amid clashing personalities and competing priorities. Under him, Montgomery and Patton prepared their divisions with the intensity of rival craftsmen, each convinced his army would prove superior. Staff conferences were filled with tension as arguments over landing sites, supply allocations, and objectives revealed the fragile balance of Allied cooperation. Yet these disputes did not paralyze planning. Instead, they reflected the vigor and conviction of men committed to success. Alexander's task was to ensure these rivalries sharpened performance rather than fracturing unity. In this he succeeded, creating a framework where both armies could operate with relative independence, yet remain part of a single grand strategy. The armies assembled, divided by national identity, were bound by shared purpose. By June 1943, the preparations were nearly complete, and the Allied armies stood poised to launch into the unknown. Men boarded transports with rifles slung and packs heavy, their faces tense but resolved. Tanks were lashed to the decks of landing craft, engines primed for the moment. Ramps would crash onto Sicilian sand. Aircraft engines droned across Tunisian skies, preparing to lift paratroopers into the night over hostile territory. Naval convoys formed into vast lines, their decks crowded with soldiers who gazed eastward toward an island they would soon assault. The British 8th Army and the American 7th Army were ready, their differences set aside in the face of a common enemy. Each man carried his own story into the campaign, yet together they carried the weight of history. For these armies, Husky would be more than a battle. It would be a test of doctrine, courage, and endurance. The invasion force was not flawless, but it was immense, determined, and sharpened by both rivalry and necessity. Sicily awaited, bristling with defenses and guarded by Axis soldiers who knew the storm was coming. The armies assembled were now on the cusp of making that storm real. While Allied armies trained in North Africa, across the sea the Axis prepared their defenses under the watchful eyes of Field Marshal Albert Kesselring and Italian General Alfredo Guzzoni. Kesselring, the German commander of all Axis forces in the Mediterranean, was a skilled defensive strategist who understood the value of buying time with terrain. Guzzoni, placed in direct charge of Sicily, was 64 years old, cautious, and tasked with coordinating a fragile coalition of German and Italian units. Their mission was daunting: to defend an island of nearly 10,000 square miles against the largest amphibious armada the world had ever seen. On paper, the Axis held around 300,000 troops in Sicily, but only a fraction of these were German formations considered capable of sustained resistance. The Germans contributed two hardened divisions, the 15th Panzergrenadier Division and the elite Hermann Göring Division, both well-equipped and experienced. The Italians fielded several corps, including coastal defense units, infantry divisions, and the remnants of armored formations. Yet many of these Italian units were under strength, poorly armed, and demoralized after years of defeats in North Africa. Thus, beneath the impressive numbers, cracks already showed in the Axis order of battle. Kesselring believed Sicily could not be held indefinitely, but he aimed to inflict maximum casualties and delay the Allies long enough to protect the Italian mainland. His strategy was to create layered defenses, slowing the invasion on the beaches and then falling back to natural strongpoints in the interior. Gozzoni, more conservative, hoped to meet the Allies at the shoreline, believing a determined stand there could repel the landings altogether. This divergence in doctrine reflected the differing capabilities of German and Italian units. German commanders preferred mobile counterattacks, using armored thrusts to push invaders back into the sea. Italian officers, hampered by weak logistics and limited mechanization, were more inclined to rely on static fortifications along the coasts. Reconnaissance identified likely landing zones, southern and eastern beaches, and concentrated artillery, machine gun nests, and minefields to cover them. Strong points were constructed around ports like Syracuse, Augusta, and Licata, though many bunkers were little more than concrete boxes manned by conscripts. The tension between German pragmatism and Italian rigidity shaped the defensive network. It was a patchwork of strongpoints rather than a coherent wall, and within that patchwork lay the seeds of eventual collapse. The German contribution, though smaller in manpower, represented the sharp edge of the Axis defense. The Hermann Göring Division, named for the Reichsmarschall, was a powerful mechanized formation, boasting panzers, self-propelled guns, and veteran infantry. Its soldiers were well drilled, motivated, and equipped with modern weapons such as Panzer IVs and the feared 88 mm guns. The 15th Panzergrenadier Division, though still rebuilding after Tunisia, brought mobile infantry, supported by artillery and armored reconnaissance. German engineers laid mines, wired obstacles, and dug positions with efficiency, creating defensive belts around likely Allied objectives. These formations were supported by Luftwaffe units based on Sicilian airfields, though fuel shortages and Allied bombing had already strained their effectiveness. German commanders, including General Hans Valentin Hüby, urged flexible withdrawal plans to avoid encirclement, but these clashed with Italian political demands for a stand at the coast. The Germans were fewer in number, but concentrated in mobile reserves, making them a threat wherever they were unleashed. Their mere presence stiffened Axis defenses and provided a core around which Italian formations could rally. Yet the Germans knew they were fighting a delaying battle, not a war they could win outright on Sicilian soil. The Italian forces under Gozzoni were numerically impressive, but uneven in quality and equipment. Coastal defense divisions were largely second-rate, composed of older men, reservists, and lightly armed infantry. Many of their weapons dated back to World War I, including antiquated field guns and machine guns prone to jamming. Armored support was meager. A few outdated tanks, like the M13/40 and Semoventi self-propelled guns, wholly inadequate against Shermans and Churchills. Communications equipment was scarce, and coordination between units often relied on runners or civilian telephones. Morale was fragile, shaken by defeats in North Africa and rumors of unrest in mainland Italy. Yet not all Italian units were weak. Some divisions, such as the Livorno Infantry Division, were better trained, and showed determination in battle. Italian artillery, when well supplied, could be formidable, and coastal garrisons were familiar with the terrain. Guzzoni relied heavily on these stronger formations to anchor the defense, while weaker units filled gaps and manned secondary sectors. For many Italian soldiers, the defense of Sicily was less about ideology than about protecting their homes and families from invasion. Their resolve would vary from collapse to fierce resistance, depending on leadership and circumstance. The island itself was turned into a fortress, though the strength of its fortifications varied dramatically. Coastal guns were placed in concrete emplacements overlooking likely landing beaches, able to sweep the surf with fire. Minefields stretched across sandy approaches, intended to channel landing craft into killing zones. Inland defensive lines were drawn across natural barriers, such as the Catania Plain, the Ditinu River, and the rugged hills around Etna. Engineers worked tirelessly to build pillboxes, trench systems, and strongpoints, but shortages of cement, steel, and labor limited what could be achieved. Many fortifications were little more than sandbag positions, vulnerable to naval bombardment. Airfields across the island were ringed with anti-aircraft guns, though Allied bombing raids destroyed runways almost as fast as they were repaired. The Strait of Messina was heavily fortified with artillery to protect the evacuation routes to the mainland. The Axis defensive system looked formidable on maps, but in practice it was brittle, dependent on morale and supply lines already under Allied pressure. Sicily was a fortress, but one riddled with cracks, and the Allies were preparing to exploit them. Air power was a critical concern, and here the Axis faced a steep disadvantage. The Luftwaffe stationed several fighter groups on Sicilian airfields, including Bif 109S and FW 190S, supported by Italian Mucky fighters. Bomber units flew sporadic missions against Allied convoys and North African airfields, but fuel shortages and relentless Allied raids steadily eroded their strength. Allied air superiority was already evident by June 1943, as bombers roamed Sicilian skies almost unchallenged. Italian pilots, though brave, lacked the numbers and modern equipment to match Allied air fleets. Axis commanders knew that without control of the skies, their coastal defenses would be isolated and their supply lines strangled. Anti-aircraft guns lined ports and airfields, creating deadly zones of fire, but they could not stop the rain of bombs that fell daily. For Sicilian civilians, the air war brought terror long before the invasion, as entire neighborhoods in Palermo, Catania, and Messina were reduced to rubble. The Luftwaffe and Regia Aeronautica fought with determination, but they were fighting a war of attrition they could not win. By July, the Axis air umbrella was thin and fractured. The defenders of Sicily would face the storm largely without cover from above. Morale across the Axis forces was uneven, shaped by propaganda, fatigue, and the shadow of political upheaval in Italy. German troops were disciplined and confident in their abilities, but many privately doubted whether Sicily was worth the cost. Italian soldiers were often weary and skeptical, aware of shortages in equipment and the wavering commitment of their government in Rome. Rumors of Mussolini's weakening grip and discontent at home filtered into the ranks, corroding faith in the cause. Civilians often looked on Axis troops with indifference or even hostility, seeing them as occupiers who had dragged their island into ruin. Desertions and surrenders were not uncommon, especially among the less motivated coastal units. Yet there were moments of defiance, Italian gunners who fought to the last shell, or German squads who counterattacked with ferocity. Axis officers worked tirelessly to instill discipline, using propaganda, threats, and appeals to patriotism. Still, the morale gap between German and Italian soldiers created friction and distrust in combined operations. The spirit of the defenders was thus a mosaic, courageous in places, brittle in others. This uncertainty would shape every clash once the invasion began. Despite the weaknesses, the Axis defenders of Sicily were far from a hollow force. They possessed knowledge of the terrain, fortified strongpoints, and mobile German reserves capable of inflicting severe casualties. Their artillery and machine guns could shred landing craft, and their minefields could choke Allied armor in narrow valleys. The Strait of Messina provided a potential lifeline, allowing reinforcements and supplies to cross from Calabria. Above all, the defenders had time to prepare positions, time to harden resolve, and time to hope the Allies would choose another target. But deception had already blinded them, and their strength was scattered across too many possible invasion zones. Kesselring and Gazzoni knew they faced a storm beyond their control, yet they resolved to fight with what they had. The Axis defense of Sicily would not be uniform. It would be a patchwork of bravery and collapse, of fierce counterattacks and sudden surrenders. For the soldiers on the beaches and in the hills, there would be no certainty, only chaos, and in that chaos, the fate of Sicily would be decided. Operation Mincemeat was born out of a larger mosaic of deception called Operation Barclay, the Allies' tireless campaign to mislead Axis intelligence about their true intentions. By early 1943, British planners understood that the best way to soften Sicily was to convince the enemy the main blow would fall elsewhere, particularly in Greece and Sardinia. Into this logic stepped a small team of imaginative intelligence officers who believed a single, exquisitely staged deception could rewrite enemy dispositions. Leading the project were Ewan Montague of MI5 and RAF intelligence officer Charles Cholmondeley, men who married bureaucratic cunning with dramatic flair. They proposed a plan simple in concept yet fiendishly demanding in execution: plant an apparently authentic set of secret documents on a dead body, and let the sea, the Spanish shore, and Axis curiosity do the rest. The operation demanded attention to every human detail, a credible identity, a coherent backstory, convincing personal effects, and a sealed top-secret folder that would tempt any prying eye. Such theatricality required not only intelligence craft but naval coordination, diplomatic calculation, and forensic realism, because a single blunder would expose the whole ruse. From the first memoranda, Montague and Cholmondeley worked with naval chiefs, pathologists, artist impersonators, and deception officers to make fiction indelibly truthful. Operation Mincemeat therefore began as an exercise in narrative engineering, a story to be stitched through cloth and metal into a corpse that would speak louder than any radio broadcast. Its success would hinge not on weapons but on believability, whether Germans trusted what they read more than what they feared. Finding the body was both practical and morally complex. Planners sought an unclaimed corpse, whose death could be plausibly explained as drowning. They eventually obtained the remains of Glyndwr Michael, a Welshman who had died in hospital under anonymous circumstances, and whose identity lent itself to substitution. Montague had to obtain legal and administrative permissions, convincing medical and naval authorities that the extraordinary use of a body was justified by strategic necessity. Medical officers, working under secrecy, examined the corpse to establish that it would plausibly show the signs of sea immersion after a voyage on a submarine and a release near shore. The body was then carefully treated, dressed in a naval officer's uniform, and loaded with props designed as traps for a curious intelligence service. The planning even considered the odors of decay and the staining of clothing, because a body found too fresh or too pristine would raise suspicion rather than curiosity. In a sequence of small clinical rituals, the corpse was made to wear a ring, hold photographs, and carry mundane receipts that would humanize the identity it was meant to portray. The team rehearsed every detail, how the letter would be folded, how the briefcase would appear if opened, what surnames might pass Home Office checks, because irony lived in minutiae. By the time HMS Seraph steamed out under moonlight, the corpse was not merely a body, but a fully scripted character in a deadly drama. The decision to use an actual human being generated private doubts among some officers, yet the cold arithmetic of war and the potential to save thousands of lives carried weighty justification. The false identity constructed for the corpse was Major William Martin, a Royal Marines officer supposedly lost at sea while carrying documents of high importance. Montague and his colleagues forged a life for Martin, letters from a fiancée, banknotes, theatre ticket stubs, a photograph of Pam and household receipts that would make any examiner accept him as flesh and blood. Most crucially, the team inserted a sealed briefcase containing top-secret correspondence and a carefully worded staff memorandum suggesting that the Allies' main assault would aim at Greece and Sardinia. The documents were written with an eye for plausibility, including the names of real staff officers, plausible seals, and references to secondary operations that would not be immediately verifiable. Even small mistakes were avoided. Paper types, ink shades, stationery, and folding patterns were matched to British military practice to reduce any hint of forgery. Montague insisted on a personal touch, a tender letter to the non-existent fiancée, a role intended to anchor the deception in human emotion rather than purely bureaucratic evidence. The narrative was designed to exploit enemy instincts. German intelligence prized captured enemy papers, and to channel curiosity toward the very falsehood the Allies wished them to accept. Contained within the briefcase was not a single smoking gun, but a network of small discoveries that taken together would create a credible picture for any diligent enemy analyst. This cumulative credibility was vital because the operation did not need to fool everyone at first glance. It needed to persuade analysts in Madrid and Berlin to reallocate forces. Thus the forgeries were not mere artifice but carefully calibrated instruments of influence, tuned to the bureaucratic habits of the Abwehr and German staff officers. Delivering the body to enemy eyes required naval finesse, and the Royal Navy provided HMS Seraph, a submarine tasked with the clandestine deposit near the Spanish coast. Under cloak of darkness, the submarine carried the corpse in a weighted canister, bringing it to a point off Hulva, where tides and winds favored discovery by local fishermen. The release was timed to exploit known patterns of Spanish coastal patrols, and the likelihood that the body would be found and brought into the civil authorities, who maintained contact channels with Axis intelligence. HMS Seraph's captain and crew had rehearsed the maneuver, because the slightest navigational error could strand the body or compromise the mission. Once the corpse washed ashore and was reported to the Spanish authorities, the team's plan depended on Spanish bureaucracy and its links to both British consular services and German intelligence. Spanish officials in Franco's regime were both sympathetic to Axis interests and pragmatic about their own diplomacy, making them likely intermediaries for the planted documents. The Allies deliberately exploited these political relationships, understanding that the Spanish would not simply bury the body, but would examine and report anything valuable found on it. Within days, Spanish officials forwarded copies of the documents to German contacts, setting in motion the chain of belief the operation required. Allied deception officers monitored these channels closely, anxious for confirmation that German eyes had indeed seen the bait. When initial reports indicated that German intelligence had accepted the material as authentic, Montague and his colleagues allowed themselves cautious relief. Their narrative had taken root. Abwehr analysts in Berlin and Spanish intermediaries digested the documents with professional interest, reading what they wanted, confirmation that the Mediterranean theater would see a different target. German command, already stretched by demands on multiple fronts, reacted by shuffling units and reserves toward Greece and Sardinia to guard against the purported invasion. These redeployments diluted the defensive concentration in Sicily, forcing Kesselring and Gozzoni to reckon with fewer mobile reserves at the moment of the Allied assault. Intelligence is as much about what you ignore as what you believe, and Mincemeat's brilliance lay in convincing enemy officers to ignore Sicily at a critical juncture. The deception did not single-handedly win the campaign, but it changed the balance of attention and resources in ways that eased Allied landings and follow-on operations. Axis radio traffic and personnel movements observed by Allied reconnaissance subsequently confirmed at least partial success. Divisions were seen moving eastward and supply convoys rerouted. German skepticism remained among some analysts, but bureaucratic momentum and the weight of corroborating signals meant the false narrative gained institutional traction. In the crucial hours of July 1943, when landing craft met surf and coastal guns opened up, the shadow of misallocated defenses was a tangible advantage for the attackers. Historians later debated how many enemy units were diverted because of Mincemeat, but most agree it materially reduced the strength arrayed against the Allied beaches. In the calculus of lives and material, that diversion translated into fewer casualties and a smoother initial lodgment for the invading forces. Operation Mincemeat's success rested on a tight-knit collaboration between MI5, naval intelligence, deception units, and a handful of creative individuals. Ewan Montague emerged as the operation's public chronicler after the war, publishing The Man Who Never Was and shaping public memory of the ruse. Charles Cholmondeley's meticulous attention to detail and patient iteration of the narrative proved equally indispensable behind the scenes. Naval officers, including those commanding HMS Seraph, executed the risky maritime leg with professionalism that transformed paper plans into tangible consequence. Ian Fleming and other naval intelligence figures contributed ideas and operational knowledge, lending the campaign seafaring credibility and storytelling craft. Pathologists and legal officials who facilitated the use of an unclaimed corpse faced moral quandaries, later debated in post-war reflections. Deception officers refined the supporting acoustic and radio falsities woven around Mincemeat, amplifying the rumor until it sounded like fact to enemy ears. The operation therefore stood not as a single invention, but as a coalition of talents, creative, technical, and diplomatic, all focused on a single narrative goal. In recognition of their work, some participants received honors, while others remained silent custodians of a secret that reshaped a campaign. The operation's choreography, intelligence, sea pathology, forgery, and diplomacy became a model for future strategic deception efforts across the war. Mincemeat posed awkward ethical questions. The use of an identifiable human corpse, the deception of neutral Spain, and the instrumentalization of grief for strategic ends. Post-war investigations identified Glyndwr Michael as the man whose remains had been used, prompting debates about consent, remembrance, and the anonymity of the exploited. Some critics argued that the operation commodified a human life in service of military expedience, while others insisted that the potential to save thousands justified the grim choice. Legal authorities granted retrospective permission under wartime exigency, but historians continue to discuss whether alternative methods might have achieved the same ends without using a corpse. Those who executed the plan carried complex emotions, relief at its success, pride in its craft, and a private unease about its moral shadow. Families of the dead were notified only later, and the political sensitivities of the moment meant the full truth was withheld for years from public view. The mythic quality of Mincemeat, so improbable that it reads like fiction, made it difficult for immediate post-war audiences to accept without official corroboration. Yet the operation also prompted command-level reflection on the ethics of deception in total war. When does necessity excuse acts that would otherwise offend conscience? These moral debates became part of the operation's legacy, complicating its celebration even as its strategic value remained persuasive. Mincemeat thus sits uneasily in history as both a masterstroke of craft and a reminder that war turns even human remains into instruments of policy. After the war, Operation Mincemeat entered public consciousness through Montagu's memoir, later dramatizations, and a continuing stream of scholarly analysis. It became a textbook example of strategic deception, taught in military academies as a case where intelligence, creativity, and patience outweighed brute force. The operation's influence extended beyond Sicily, its techniques informed later Allied ruses, and helped codify practices of misdirection in modern conflict. Cultural retellings, films, novels, and stage plays have highlighted both the improbable audacity and the human cost embedded in the plan. Generations of historians have dissected its components, weighing its real tactical effects against the myth that easily accrues around such a sensational story. Operationally, Mincemeat did not operate in isolation, but as part of Barclay's larger deception network that collectively softened Axis defenses. Yet even within that complex mosaic, the corps with its forged papers stands out as a precise instrument of wartime persuasion. In the beaches of Sicily, where men fought and fell, Mincemeat's gentle ripple, made of paper and plausible sorrow, helped tilt fortune toward the attackers. As a lesson in the power of narrative, the operation reminds us that in war, stories can be weapons as deadly as shells and tanks. Decades on, Mincemeat is still studied not only for its craft, but for its moral ambiguity, a story that forces questions about means, ends, and the human price exacted by strategic success. By June 1943, the Allied naval buildup in the Mediterranean had reached proportions unseen in history. A floating city of steel stretching from Tunisian harbors to Algerian anchorages. Over 3,000 ships of every size and function were assembled, from mighty battleships to the smallest landing craft, each destined to play a role in the invasion of Sicily. Naval planners divided them into convoys, each with its timetable, its escort group, and its carefully calculated speed to arrive at Sicilian beaches on the same fateful dawn. In ports like Oran, Bizerte, and Sousse, wharves groaned under the weight of tanks, ammunition crates, and mountains of fuel drums waiting to be stowed aboard. Dockworkers toiled day and night, supervised by Allied officers who knew that a single misplaced cargo could cause disaster on the far shore. The Armada was not a single monolith, but a carefully choreographed sequence of departures, routings, and arrivals, designed to place thousands of men and machines on the beaches within hours. Security was absolute. Few soldiers knew their exact destination, and rumors filled the ranks, ranging from Sardinia to the Balkans. Camouflage nets covered shipyards, while military police patrolled harbors to keep prying eyes away. Allied convoys slipped into the Mediterranean night, their silhouettes blacked out, their radios silent, their holds packed with the instruments of invasion. The gathering armada was a secret so vast it was almost impossible to hide, yet the Axis still groped in the dark for its true purpose. The naval commanders orchestrating this immense force were veterans of hard campaigns, men who understood the sea's moods as well as the dangers of the enemy. Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham, who had fought and won at Matapan, now bore the heavy responsibility of coordinating British naval assets across the Mediterranean. Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt, leading the American naval contingent, brought with him experience from Operation Torch, where his convoys had carried U.S. forces to North Africa. Together, Cunningham and Hewitt supervised an Allied fleet that included 6 battleships, 14 cruisers, nearly 200 destroyers, and thousands of transports and landing craft. These were not ships idling in neat harbors. They were constantly on the move, rehearsing landings, loading supplies, and testing communications under live conditions. Commanders drilled their captains in night navigation, knowing the approach to Sicily would be shrouded in darkness and risk. Minesweepers, often overlooked in the drama of battle, were scheduled to clear channels ahead of the convoys, ensuring no sudden explosion shattered the invasion before it began. Submarine patrols guarded the assembly routes, hunting German U-boats that prowled from bases in Toulon and Pola. To manage such complexity, naval staffs relied on charts inked with columns of numbers, sailing orders running to hundreds of pages, and signal codes revised daily for secrecy. Each admiral knew the odds of confusion were high, but they trusted in training, discipline, and the sheer will of their men to make order out of chaos. The leadership behind the Armada was as crucial as its guns and engines. At the heart of the invasion fleet were the landing craft, humble yet decisive, without which no army could reach the shore. These ranged from the massive LSTs, landing ship, tank capable of carrying entire armored columns, to the nimble Higgins boats that ferried infantry through surf. American shipyards had produced them in staggering numbers, an industrial miracle that transformed war at sea into a conveyor belt of steel. British dockyards added their own designs, including LCTs, landing craft, tank designed for medium loads, and LCIs, landing craft, infantry, built to disgorge men directly onto beaches. Soldiers spent hours crammed into their benches, seasick and sweating under the weight of their packs, waiting for the moment ramps would slam down. Engineers loaded bulldozers and jeeps aboard flat-decked craft, knowing they would be needed to clear obstacles and haul supplies once ashore. The landing craft were not glamorous, but they were the beating heart of amphibious warfare, each vessel a fragile bridge between ship and shore. Rehearsals in North Africa taught sailors how to beach their craft without wrecking them, and soldiers how to scramble off without drowning. The sheer variety, some carrying tanks, others artillery, others medical supplies, required precise coordination, for each wave of craft had to land in sequence. When combined with the thunder of naval bombardment and the roar of aircraft overhead, these little boats would decide the fate of Husky. They were, in their own way, as important as battleships. The Armada's logistics defied imagination. For every ship was not only a carrier of men, but a lifeline of supplies that had to flow continuously once the landings began. Fuel was the first priority, measured in thousands of tons, because tanks and trucks would be useless without constant replenishment. Ammunition came next, millions of rounds for rifles and machine guns, shells for artillery, depth charges for destroyers, and bombs for aircraft. Food was packed into crates and cans, enough to sustain entire armies during the uncertain weeks when ports might remain in enemy hands. Medical stores filled hold after hold, bandages, plasma, morphine, preparing for the inevitable tide of casualties. Engineers packed bridging equipment, portable piers, and prefabricated road sections to rebuild infrastructure as the army advanced. Even luxuries such as cigarettes and chocolate were calculated into supply lists, recognizing that morale was a commodity as valuable as fuel. Convoys were staggered so that supplies would arrive in rhythm, preventing bottlenecks on beaches already crowded with vehicles and men. Naval officers tracked every manifest with precision, knowing one delayed ship could cripple an entire division's timetable. The logistical spine of Husky was as important as the bayonets of the infantry or the barrels of naval guns. Without it, the invasion would collapse under its own weight. Secrecy wrapped the gathering of the Armada like a cloak, for the Allies knew that discovery would invite disaster. Soldiers were forbidden to write home about their location, and censors carefully scanned every letter for hints of movements. Ports were guarded by military police, while camouflage nets stretched over ships and cargo to conceal them from Axis reconnaissance aircraft. Convoys sailed under blackout, their lights extinguished, their radios restricted to absolute silence unless crisis struck. In towns near the staging areas, local civilians were kept at arm's length, restricted from approaching docks or questioning troop movements. Allied intelligence officers fed false rumors into nearby markets, suggesting departures to destinations far from Sicily. The deception campaigns launched by British intelligence, including Operation Mincemeat, complemented this veil, keeping German analysts guessing. Even within the ranks, soldiers were told only that they were going on another operation, with final briefings delivered days before embarkation. The result was a paradox. Thousands of men prepared for an invasion, yet most remained ignorant of where they were headed. In the silence of the convoys, secrecy was as heavy as the guns chained to the decks. The sheer size of the Armada was both its strength and its vulnerability, for concentration made it powerful, but also exposed. German and Italian submarines still lurked in the Mediterranean, their wolf packs seeking convoys to strike. The Luftwaffe, though weakened, could still launch raids from Sardinian and Sicilian airfields, and each convoy knew the risk of sudden attack. To protect the fleet, Allied destroyers and corvettes formed screens, their sonar gear probing the depths while their gunners scanned the skies. Escort carriers sailed within the formations, launching fighters to patrol overhead and ward off bombers. Anti-aircraft guns bristled from every transport ship, turning the Armada into a floating fortress of steel. Despite these precautions, every sailor lived with the fear of torpedoes streaking through the night, or bombs plunging from high above. Naval discipline kept the columns steady, but nerves were frayed, and every shadow on the horizon became a potential threat. The sea offered no mercy. Storms could scatter craft, tides could misalign landings, and unexpected currents could push boats onto rocks. The fleet sailed not in confidence, but in tense awareness of how much could go wrong. Their strength lay not only in firepower, but in endurance and resolve. As the days ticked down to the invasion, the convoys began to move in sequence, like dancers in a vast, deadly ballet. American forces boarded transports in Oran and Algiers, while British and Canadian divisions embarked from Tunisian ports. Landing craft clustered like schools of fish, awaiting the signal to head east toward the designated beaches of southern Sicily. Ships were timed to depart in waves, ensuring they arrived simultaneously despite different starting points across the Mediterranean. Staff officers watched the clock obsessively, for the slightest delay could ripple through the entire invasion timetable. In harbors, bands played soldiers aboard, their music muffled by the clanking of chains and the shouts of officers directing loading crews. Soldiers crowded the rails of transports, gazing into the darkness as their ships slipped from port, bound for destiny. Behind them, empty docks stood silent, their planks stained with oil and salt, reminders of the vast exodus of men and machines. The sea lanes of the Mediterranean, once contested and perilous, now carried the thunder of Allied might. The Armada was no longer gathering, it was on the move. The sight of the Allied fleet in motion was itself a weapon, a psychological hammer that foretold the storm about to break on Sicily. Convoys stretched beyond the horizon, thousands of ships ploughing eastward in grim silence, their decks bristling with guns and their holds filled with men. Each vessel carried its own story, engineers with bulldozers, tank crews with their machines, medics with their stretchers, chaplains with their Bibles. Together they formed a tapestry of purpose, bound by the mission to land, fight, and hold against whatever resistance the Axis could muster. Naval officers compared the Armada to the great fleets of history, Armada, Trafalgar, Jutland, Yet this gathering dwarfed them all. The Allies had transformed the Mediterranean into a highway of invasion, with every wave carrying the weight of strategy and the hopes of liberation. For the Axis, the sight of such power would soon be a nightmare realized in fire and steel on their shores. For the Allies, it was the culmination of months of planning, deception, and relentless preparation. The gathering of the Armada was not just logistics, it was the prelude to a decisive gamble. In the silence before dawn, the sea itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for history to unfold. On the night of July 9th, 1943, as the Allied Armada churned toward Sicilian beaches, a smaller, more fragile force leapt ahead into the darkness. Hundreds of transport aircraft, their engines droning like an iron swarm, carried US and British paratroopers bound for drop zones behind enemy lines. The mission was ambitious: seize key bridges, block enemy reinforcements, and sow chaos just as the amphibious landings began. For the Americans, it was the baptism of their new airborne divisions, men of the 82nd Airborne tasked with leaping into a maelstrom of uncertainty. For the British, it was the 1st Airborne Division's detachments, veterans of training but not yet of large-scale combat drops. Each paratrooper carried more than a rifle, satchels of explosives, grenades, radios, and the burden of being scattered across hostile countryside. Their commanders, General Matthew Ridgway for the Americans and General Frederick Browning overseeing the British, understood the stakes. Airborne success could tilt the entire invasion. Yet the risks were immense, with untested pilots, unpredictable weather, and Axis defenses already braced for disruption. Above the Mediterranean, where winds howled and cloud cover shifted unpredictably, the stage was set for a chaotic descent. The gamble was airborne, and the dice were rolling. The Americans' primary objective lay at the Ponte Olivo airfield near Gela, a vital Axis base that could unleash fighters and bombers against the fragile beachheads. Paratroopers of the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, led by Colonel James Gavin, were tasked with seizing terrain to block Axis counterattacks toward the beaches. Gavin's men, many in their early 20s, carried M1 Garand's carbines and demolition charges, their uniforms stuffed with maps and hastily written notes. Training in Tunisia had been brief, and many pilots of the C-47 Dakotas were flying night formation for the first time under combat conditions. The paratroopers clambered aboard, faces smeared with charcoal, their nerves steady but their stomachs knotted with fear. Chaplains walked the tarmac blessing men and whispering prayers as the transports revved their engines. For the British detachments aimed at bridges near Syracuse, particularly the Ponte Grande, whose capture would ensure Montgomery's 8th Army could advance rapidly inland. Major John Frost, later to gain fame at Arnhem, was among those who rehearsed storming bridge defenses in the dead of night. The scale of these objectives was immense, for a few hundred men were expected to tilt the balance of an invasion involving hundreds of thousands. The mission was not only daring, it was nearly impossible on paper. As the aircraft took off from dusty Tunisian strips, nature itself turned against the Allies, with high winds scattering formations almost from the start. Many planes struggled to maintain tight columns, their inexperienced pilots buffeted by gusts and forced to climb or dive erratically. Over Sicily, Axis anti-aircraft batteries lit the skies with tracers, filling cockpits with terror and forcing evasive maneuvers that shredded the carefully drawn drop plans. The result was chaos. Sticks of paratroopers hurled out far from designated zones, some landing miles apart, in fields, vineyards, and rocky gullies. Radios crackled with confusion, but most units had no way of re-establishing contact once they hit the ground. Some paratroopers drowned in marshes, or were dragged to death, when their chutes snagged on stone walls or olive trees. Others found themselves alone, armed but disoriented, searching for landmarks in the moonlight, while Axis patrols scoured the countryside. Yet, amidst this disaster, small groups of paratroopers improvised, blowing culverts, ambushing convoys, and spreading panic far beyond their numbers. For Axis commanders, reports of enemy parachutists poured in from across the island, exaggerating their strength and adding to the confusion of the night. What was a tactical failure on maps became, in practice, a psychological weapon. The gamble had gone wrong, but it still hurt the defenders. The British drop near Syracuse fared no better, though the men showed remarkable tenacity once on the ground. Strong winds and poor navigation scattered many of the aircraft, and only a fraction of the paratroopers reached the Ponte Grande Bridge. Those who did, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel George Lathbury, stormed the Italian garrison in the dark and captured the bridge intact. Holding it proved far more difficult, as the small force faced counterattacks by Italian infantry and armored cars. The paratroopers clung to their positions, firing until their ammunition ran low, then resorting to grenades and bayonets. Isolated, cut off from reinforcement, and short of supplies, they endured until Montgomery's advance units finally linked up late on July 10th. By then, most of the British paratroopers were casualties or prisoners, but their sacrifice had bought precious hours for the 8th Army to move inland. The episode became emblematic of airborne warfare, heroism and loss intertwined, success measured in time gained rather than terrain held. The Ponte Grande stood as proof that even small bands of men could shape the rhythm of an entire invasion. In the night of chaos, courage still forged results. American paratroopers experienced similar confusion, but turned misfortune into disruption, as scattered units attacked wherever opportunity allowed. Some squads ambushed Italian truck columns, using bazookas and grenades to cripple reinforcements moving toward Gela. Others blew bridges and felled telephone poles, disrupting communications between Axis commanders and their units. A group of paratroopers near Mincemeat managed to block German armored cars long enough to delay their movement toward the beaches. These actions, though uncoordinated, forced the Axis to spread its response thin, hunting shadows rather than concentrating reserves. Colonel Gavin, himself dropped far from his regiment, gathered stragglers into a makeshift fighting force and led them in raids against convoys. Stories emerged of lone paratroopers holding crossroads or small groups defending farmhouses until overwhelmed. The scattered landings meant the Americans never held their intended objectives in force, but they created the illusion of a much larger airborne presence. Axis officers, flooded with reports, hesitated to commit their reserves decisively, buying critical hours for Patton's 7th Army at Gela. In this sense, failure and success blurred together. The gamble cost dearly in lives but paid dividends in confusion. Tragedy struck again on the night of July 11th, when reinforcements for the US 82nd Airborne attempted another drop over Sicily. Poor coordination between naval anti-aircraft gunners and aircrews led to catastrophe, as Allied ships mistook the incoming C-47S for enemy bombers. In minutes, friendly fire filled the night sky, downing 23 planes and killing hundreds of men before they ever touched the ground. Survivors who managed to jump were once again scattered, some landing amid Axis units who captured them before dawn. The disaster highlighted the inherent dangers of complex joint operations under night conditions, where misidentification could be as deadly as enemy fire. Commanders were horrified, yet the surviving paratroopers still carried out acts of resistance, destroying vehicles and sowing panic wherever they could. The friendly fire incident underscored the fragile nature of airborne warfare, dependent on precision and coordination that rarely survived first contact. It also etched itself into the memories of soldiers, a bitter reminder of how easily chaos could consume even the best-laid plans. For the Airborne, Husky was both a debut and a nightmare. Their courage was unquestionable, but the price was staggering. For the men who leapt into the night, the experience of Husky was unforgettable, marked by fear, improvisation, and grim determination. Many recalled the eerie silence just before the green light in the aircraft flashed, the moment when the order to jump came and fear was replaced by instinct. The plunge into darkness, the violent snap of the parachute, and the uncertain descent into unknown terrain were memories etched into every survivor. Landing often meant immediate combat. Paratroopers tangled in vineyards, shot at by Italian patrols, or hunted by German units who knew the countryside well. Ammunition was scarce, food non-existent, and many spent days behind enemy lines before linking up with advancing Allied forces. Yet stories of extraordinary bravery circulated: lone paratroopers holding off superior forces, small bands destroying fuel dumps, and officers rallying men in confusion. These accounts became part of the airborne legend, fueling the idea that paratroopers could accomplish the impossible even when everything went wrong. Husky was not their finest hour tactically, but it proved the resilience of men trained to fight anywhere, under any condition. For the airborne divisions, the invasion of Sicily was a crucible, and out of that crucible, they forged a reputation that would echo across future battlefields. In the grand calculus of Operation Husky, the airborne drops were judged both failure and success, chaos and triumph woven together. Objectives like the Ponte Olivo airfield and the Syracuse bridges were not held with the strength envisioned in planning rooms. Yet the disruption caused by scattered paratroopers, their attacks on roads and convoys, and the sheer psychological shock of enemies falling from the sky bought precious time for the beachheads. Axis reserves hesitated, counterattacks slowed, and the fragile Allied lodgements at Gela and Syracuse endured the critical first days. The cost was heavy: thousands killed, wounded, or captured, and entire aircraft lost to both enemy and friendly fire. But the airborne gamble proved that even flawed execution could yield strategic dividends when courage filled the gaps left by broken plans. In Sicily, the paratroopers became ghosts in the night, haunting Axis commanders with uncertainty and fear. Their sacrifice ensured that the armies landing on the beaches could survive to push inland. Husky's airborne gamble, though chaotic, helped tip the balance of the invasion, and in doing so it etched the paratroopers' story deep into the legend of the war. As darkness fell on July 9th, 1943, the Allied Armada closed in on the southern and eastern coasts of Sicily, braving seas that churned with unexpected fury. The Mediterranean, usually calm in summer, had been whipped into violent swells by gale-force winds that scattered landing craft and threatened to wreck the timetable. Soldiers aboard transports vomited into helmets, clutching rifles slick with seawater as waves slammed against steel hulls. Officers shouted over the roar of the storm, trying to keep men focused while navigators fought to maintain course in pitch-black seas. Amphibious operations depended on precision, yet nature itself had already torn neat schedules into chaos. For some commanders, the storm was a blessing in disguise, masking their approach from Axis eyes and dulling the vigilance of coastal defenders. Italian sentries, huddled in bunkers, dismissed the possibility of an invasion in such weather, believing no sane enemy would risk landing. But the Allies pressed forward, determined to gamble everything on this night of thunder and salt. Beneath the rolling waves, the invasion force carried the fate of a continent. The moment of truth had arrived, and the beaches of Sicily lay only hours away. The American 7th Army aimed at the southern coast, with Patton's divisions targeting Gela, Licata, and Scoglitti as their primary landing zones. The British Eighth Army under Montgomery struck further east, concentrating on the approaches to Syracuse, Pacino, and the southeastern tip of the island. Each sector had been carefully chosen for its beaches, road access, and the possibility of linking inland objectives. Yet each also presented hazards: soft sand, shallow reefs, and coastal fortifications built into cliffs and dunes. Soldiers packed into landing craft at midnight, engines coughing as flotillas formed into attack waves stretching across the moonlit sea. Naval officers barked orders, aligning columns while destroyers and cruisers opened fire, their guns flashing like thunderbolts across the horizon. The bombardment, while fierce, was often inaccurate, shells bursting in fields behind beaches rather than shattering bunkers. Still, the sound alone rattled Axis defenders, many of whom mistook the storm for a far larger assault than reality. Above, transport aircraft roared overhead, adding confusion as paratroopers dropped inland in scattered patterns. The stage was set for one of the most ambitious amphibious landings in history, and in the darkness, soldiers steeled themselves for the first sight of Sicily. At Gela, the 1st Infantry Division, the famed Big Red One, faced some of the fiercest resistance of the landings. Their landing craft pitched violently in the waves, many slamming onto beaches far from their designated sectors. Men waded through waist-deep surf, rifles held high, often stumbling under the weight of sodden packs. Italian coastal batteries opened fire, shells exploding in plumes of sand and seawater, while machine gun nests swept the surf with deadly arcs. American destroyers closed to within a mile of the shore, blasting pillboxes at point-blank range in desperate support of the infantry. Engineers worked frantically to clear beach obstacles, while medics dragged wounded men to improvised shelters behind dunes. Axis defenders, a mixture of Italian coastal troops and elements of the German Hermann Göring division, mounted stubborn resistance. Tanks counterattacked within hours, rolling toward the beachhead and threatening to throw the Americans back into the sea. But the GIs, supported by naval gunnery that shattered advancing armor, clung tenaciously to their lodgment. By dawn, the sands of Gela were littered with bodies, burned-out vehicles, and abandoned weapons. Yet the Americans had held, paying dearly for every yard of ground. To the west at Licata, the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division landed under equally difficult conditions, though their opposition was weaker than at Gela. Strong winds scattered their landing craft, and some units came ashore miles off target, forcing soldiers to regroup under fire. Italian coastal defenders fought briefly but collapsed quickly once American firepower bore down on their positions. Within hours, Licata fell into U.S. hands, its port facilities largely intact and ready for use as a supply hub. Engineers rushed to repair piers and unload equipment, while infantry fanned inland to secure nearby villages. The swiftness of success here contrasted sharply with the bloodshed at Gela, highlighting the unevenness of Axis defenses. Yet even in victory, chaos reigned as commanders struggled to assemble scattered units and re-establish chain of command. Naval shells continued to pound suspected enemy strongholds, sometimes striking empty terrain or abandoned bunkers. Despite confusion, the Americans gained a crucial foothold, anchoring the western flank of Patton's army. Licata was secure, but the battle for Sicily had only just begun, and to the east, Montgomery's men were meeting their own trials under fire. The British Eighth Army's landings around Syracuse unfolded with a mixture of precision and struggle, reflecting Montgomery's meticulous planning and the storm's unpredictable hand. Amphibious troops of the 51st Highland Division and the 1st Canadian Infantry Division disembarked onto Pacino's beaches, fighting through surf and sand to establish a secure bridgehead. Opposition was light in some sectors. As Italian defenders melted away or surrendered, their morale battered by naval bombardment and relentless air raids. Yet other strongpoints resisted stubbornly, forcing British infantry into close-quarters combat with grenades and bayonets. Naval guns from cruisers offshore delivered withering support, flattening bunkers and silencing machine guns with salvo after salvo. Engineers, hauling Bangalore torpedoes, blasted gaps through barbed wire and minefields, clearing paths for armored vehicles to move inland. Montgomery's plan demanded swift capture of Syracuse, whose harbor was vital for unloading reinforcements and supplies. By nightfall on July 10th, British forces had stormed into the ancient city, its streets echoing with the tramp of boots and the clatter of rifles. Civilians, stunned by the speed of events, watched silently from doorways as the Union Jack fluttered over key buildings. Syracuse was in Allied hands, a jewel of strategic value secured on the first day. The landings on Sicily's eastern flank were already shaping the momentum of the campaign. At Scoglitti, the U.S. 45th Infantry Division, known as the Thunderbirds, endured one of the most chaotic landings of the invasion. Fierce winds scattered their landing craft across miles of shoreline, with some troops disembarking far from their assigned beaches. Many men waded ashore without heavy weapons, forced to fight with rifles and grenades against scattered Italian resistance. Communication lines collapsed in the confusion, and junior officers improvised attacks against coastal strongpoints without clear direction. Naval gunfire again proved decisive, with destroyers closing dangerously near shore to silence enemy batteries. By sheer determination, the Thunderbirds pushed inland, securing the beachhead by midday. Their casualties were heavy, and the division struggled to reassemble scattered companies, but the landing ultimately succeeded. Civilians in nearby villages emerged cautiously, some offering water to exhausted soldiers, others fleeing in fear of reprisals. Axis defenders in the area, disheartened by overwhelming naval and air firepower, gradually withdrew. The landings at Scoglitti highlighted both the fragility and resilience of amphibious operations, where chaos reigned yet momentum endured. By evening, Patton's southern flank was secure, but Axis forces were already mobilizing for counterattack. The first Axis counterblows came swiftly, as German and Italian units launched armored thrusts toward the beachheads. At Gela, elements of the Hermann Goering Division advanced with tanks and infantry, aiming to crush the fragile American foothold. The 1st Infantry Division, still disorganized from its chaotic landing, faced the prospect of being overrun. Naval gunfire again became the decisive factor, with battleships USS Texas and USS Arkansas pouring salvos into advancing German armor. The thunder of their 14-inch guns shattered tanks and convoys, turning the battlefield into a cauldron of fire and smoke. American artillery, hastily assembled on the beach, added to the barrage, creating walls of steel that blunted the counterattack. Infantry dug into shallow foxholes, firing furiously at approaching enemy troops until the advance faltered. The Germans withdrew after suffering heavy losses, their confidence shaken by the sheer weight of Allied firepower. The counterattack demonstrated how close the Americans had come to disaster, saved by naval support and stubborn infantry. For the men of the Big Red One, Gela became a baptism of fire in Sicily. The beaches were secure, but the cost had been blood and steel. By the evening of July 10th, 1943, the Allies held a tenuous but growing foothold on Sicilian soil. Licata, Gela, Scoglitti, Pacino, and Syracuse were in Allied hands, their harbors and airfields already being prepared for use. The landings had been chaotic, marred by storms, scattered units, and fierce Axis counterattacks, yet the beachheads had endured. Over 160,000 troops had come ashore in a single day, supported by thousands of vehicles, tanks, and artillery pieces. Naval gunfire and air support had proved decisive, compensating for confusion and preventing Axis counterattacks from succeeding. For the soldiers who survived, memories of seasickness, machine gun fire, and burning tanks etched themselves forever into their minds. Civilians emerged cautiously from shelters, witnessing the transformation of their island into a battlefield of global consequence. The Axis defenders, though stunned by the scale of the invasion, regrouped inland, preparing for the next phase of the fight. The beaches of Sicily were no longer a frontier. They were the gateway to Europe's soft underbelly. Operation Husky had begun in fury, and the struggle for Sicily was only in its opening act. The first 48 hours of Operation Husky were a crucible of fire and confusion, testing the mettle of Allied soldiers on the shores of Sicily. At Gela, the Americans of the 1st Infantry Division clung to the sand as German panzers and Italian armored cars rumbled toward them in waves. Exhausted and disorganized from their storm-tossed landings, many men fought in small knots, rallying around machine guns or bazookas hastily set up in shallow pits. The Hermann Goering Division hurled its tanks forward with confidence, convinced the sea would soon swallow the invaders again. But the Americans held, bolstered by the thunderous salvos of naval guns offshore, whose shells tore through enemy formations with devastating precision. Destroyers risked grounding in shallow water, closing to point-blank range to unleash their batteries into fields of advancing armor. Infantrymen watched in awe as German tanks erupted into fireballs, their steel hulls twisted and broken by shells weighing nearly a ton. Yet even with this support, the battle was close, with Axis units penetrating nearly to the beaches before being driven back. Smoke hung low over the dunes, mingling with the cries of the wounded and the acrid stench of burning fuel. Gela became the centerpiece of the struggle, the place where the invasion nearly faltered before sheer determination turned the tide. Licata, further west, presented a different tableau of struggle, where the US 3rd Infantry Division fought to consolidate its grip on the port. Italian defenders had offered stiff but short-lived resistance, leaving pockets of machine gunners and mortar crews still harassing advancing columns. Engineers worked furiously to repair the harbor under sporadic shellfire, knowing its piers would be critical for unloading reinforcements. Meanwhile, infantry spread inland, capturing nearby villages where Italian conscripts surrendered in droves, their morale broken by the scale of the invasion. Civilians peeked from shuttered homes, torn between fear of reprisal and relief that the war had shifted into the open streets. The Americans secured roads leading north, establishing positions against possible counterthrusts, though their progress was slowed by minefields and sabotaged bridges. Behind the beaches, medics set up aid stations, overwhelmed with casualties ferried back from Gela's killing fields. Licata's capture gave Patton a solid western anchor, but his men knew the real storm was breaking further east. Every hour gained at Licata was an hour bought for the bloodied defenders of Gela, and within those hours lay the fragile balance between disaster and survival. In the east, Montgomery's 8th Army pressed inland from Syracuse, advancing with calculated precision but still facing stiff resistance. The 51st Highland Division secured beachheads through relentless discipline, fighting through vineyards and stone-walled fields where Italian troops mounted ambushes. The Canadians, in their first major operation, demonstrated grit as they advanced through Pacino, sweeping aside defenders with coordinated infantry and artillery fire. Yet even in apparent success, casualties mounted as snipers and concealed machine guns exacted a toll on columns inching up narrow roads. Engineers cleared mines at a painstaking pace, while sappers bridged streams and repaired tracks to keep vehicles moving. Montgomery pushed hard, demanding rapid seizure of Syracuse to secure its harbor for the flow of supplies. By July 10th, his units entered the ancient city, its Greek ruins now surrounded by the echoes of modern artillery. Italian defenders fought sporadically, but most garrisons surrendered once overwhelmed, preferring captivity to annihilation. Civilians watched silently as Allied troops marched past, weary and mud-stained, yet carrying themselves with quiet determination. Syracuse was a vital prize, but holding it meant defending against counterattacks that could come at any hour. The city was secure, but the beaches behind it still trembled under fire. Scogliti, where the U.S. 45th Infantry Division landed, reflected the chaos of amphibious war in its purest form. High winds had scattered the division's landing craft, forcing men ashore far from designated sectors. Units found themselves isolated, with officers struggling to locate landmarks amid dunes and farmland in the dark. Axis defenders fired sporadically, but confusion often masked their true strength, leaving Americans wary of phantom enemies. Casualties mounted not only from bullets but from exhaustion and disorganization, as men stumbled across terrain still dotted with mines. Naval gunners, lacking precise targets, fired into suspected positions, their shells shaking the ground beneath advancing infantry. Slowly scattered companies linked up, forming a tenuous line that stretched inland toward scattered objectives. By evening, Scogliti's beaches were secure, though at the cost of order and cohesion. The Thunderbirds had survived their baptism of fire, proving resourceful under conditions that would have broken lesser troops. Their struggle mirrored the broader reality of Husky. Success wrestled from chaos, order born only through sheer will. Axis counterattacks during these first 48 hours revealed both their determination and their weaknesses. At Gala, German armor pressed hard, only to be shattered by naval firepower that dwarfed anything the defenders could muster. Italian divisions attempted to mount counterattacks near Syracuse and Pacino, but many units disintegrated under artillery and air bombardment before contact was even made. Axis command struggled to coordinate across broken communications, as Allied paratroopers and saboteurs continued to cut telephone lines and destroy bridges. Conflicting reports flooded headquarters, exaggerating the size of airborne landings and convincing commanders they faced overwhelming forces. German units fought with skill, but their numbers were too few to cover every threatened sector simultaneously. Italian morale, already brittle, collapsed in places, with soldiers abandoning posts or surrendering en masse. Yet pockets of resistance remained fierce, particularly among German units who counterattacked with discipline and precision. These counterthrusts slowed Allied momentum, forcing commanders to reinforce beachheads before advancing further inland. The fight for the beaches was not just about territory, it was about buying time and survival. And in those 2 days, time was a currency paid for in blood. For the men on the beaches, survival often came down to grit and improvisation. Soldiers fought from foxholes, hastily dug into sand, using overturned landing craft as makeshift cover. Machine gunners set up weapons in shallow pits, firing until barrels overheated, then swapping them for captured enemy guns. Engineers worked under fire, clearing mines while bullets snapped overhead, dragging wounded comrades back to safety. Medics crawled into the surf to pull drowning men ashore, ignoring the roar of shells crashing around them. Communication was patchy at best. Radios were lost in the surf, and runners carried messages through a storm of steel. Officers improvised chains of command when units became hopelessly scattered, often rallying men from multiple companies into ad hoc groups. Soldiers remember the beaches as a blur of noise and chaos, punctuated by moments of desperate courage and sudden death. Waterlogged ammunition, jammed weapons, and lost equipment added to the sense of fragility. Yet, amidst this chaos, beachheads expanded, foot by bloody foot, into defensible positions. The beaches held because ordinary men refused to break. Civilians bore witness to the invasion's opening act, their lives overturned as war surged through their villages and farms. Families cowered in stone houses as naval shells thundered overhead, shattering windows and shaking walls. Farmers found their fields churned into craters, olive groves ripped apart by tanks, and vineyards trampled by marching columns. Some Sicilians welcomed the Allies cautiously, offering water and bread to exhausted soldiers in a gesture of quiet relief. Others fled into hillsides, fearing reprisals from retreating Axis troops or suspicion from the invaders. Women and children scavenged for food amid abandoned supply dumps, while elders mourned the sudden destruction of familiar landscapes. Priests opened churches as makeshift hospitals, where medics tended wounded soldiers and civilians alike under flickering candlelight. In towns like Syracuse, citizens stood in stunned silence as Allied convoys rolled through streets that had seen centuries of conquerors. For ordinary Sicilians, the beaches were not battlefields but homes, now caught in the grinding machinery of world war. Their presence added a human dimension to the clash of armies, a reminder that history's turning points are lived in shattered villages and broken families. By July 11th, the Allies had endured the crucible and secured their fragile lodgements, though at staggering cost. Over 160,000 men had landed, and beachheads stretched across southern and eastern Sicily, linked tenuously by roads and supply lines. Casualties numbered in the thousands, with beaches still littered by wrecked craft, burned-out tanks, and rows of graves hastily dug in the sand. The Axis had failed to throw the invaders back, but their counterattacks had revealed that the fight for Sicily would not be swift or easy. Allied commanders assessed their positions, relieved at survival but wary of what lay inland, mountains, rivers, and determined German defenders. The fight for the beaches had been won, but the campaign was only beginning. For the soldiers who had endured those first 48 hours, Sicily was already a memory etched in fire and blood. They had faced the storm, clung to survival, and carved footholds where none seemed possible. The Mediterranean wind carried the smoke of battle inland, signaling to Axis forces that the invaders had come to stay. The fragile beachheads were no longer fragile, they were the anvil upon which the next phase of the war would be forged. The Allied foothold on Sicily was barely secure when the first cracks of rivalry appeared, pitting two titanic personalities against each other. Bernard Montgomery, commander of the British Eighth Army, envisioned a deliberate advance up the island's eastern corridor, seizing Catania and then pushing north along the coast toward Messina. His plan left little room for improvisation, relying on methodical progress, supported by overwhelming artillery and naval firepower. Patton, leading the American Seventh Army, saw a different battlefield entirely, one where speed, bold thrusts, and aggressive maneuver would outpace the enemy. Patton bristled at being assigned what seemed a secondary role, tasked primarily with guarding Montgomery's western flank. Both men were driven by more than strategy. They were consumed by pride, reputation, and a relentless drive to outshine one another. Each viewed the campaign as a stage upon which his vision of modern warfare would be tested before the world. Alexander, nominally in overall command, struggled to keep balance between two generals whose confidence bordered on arrogance. Eisenhower, watching from headquarters, knew the rivalry could both fuel Allied momentum and risk its unity. Sicily thus became more than a battlefield, it became an arena for competing egos. Montgomery's approach to Sicily was shaped by his triumph at El Alamein, where meticulous planning and concentrated force had crushed Rommel. He believed in overwhelming the enemy along a single axis of advance, ensuring that logistics and firepower remained tightly controlled. For him, the terrain of eastern Sicily offered a direct highway to victory, albeit one blocked by rivers, mountains, and stubborn defenders. His plan envisioned a powerful push north from Syracuse toward Catania, capturing its airfields and forcing the Germans into retreat. Montgomery viewed Patton's 7th Army as a shield on his left flank, covering western approaches but not driving deep into the island. To his mind, allowing the Americans to surge ahead risked spreading resources too thin and inviting disaster. His confidence in his own judgment was absolute, and he rarely concealed his disdain for alternative strategies. Monty's soldiers respected his caution, knowing it saved lives, but they also sensed his dismissive attitude toward their American allies. The seeds of friction were sown not in gunfire but in planning rooms, where Montgomery's authority clashed with Patton's ambition. Sicily would test whether patience or audacity could break German lines first. Patton, meanwhile, seethed at the idea of being cast as Montgomery's subordinate, his army relegated to the role of bodyguard. He had tasted bitter lessons in Tunisia, but emerged determined to prove American arms the equal or superior of Britain's to Patton. Sicily was not just another campaign, it was the proving ground for the US Army on European soil. He despised the thought of his divisions idling while Montgomery claimed the glory of advancing toward Messina. Known for his volcanic temper and theatrical speeches, Patton inspired his men with talk of destiny, honor, and the necessity of relentless attack. He drilled his commanders to seize opportunities, to outflank rather than grind forward, and to strike boldly even when risks loomed large. His soldiers, particularly the 1st Infantry Division and the 3rd Division, shared his hunger to show their worth after the struggles of North Africa. Patton's vision was not careful but daring, demanding speed and initiative to exploit the fractured Axis defense. Where Montgomery saw a narrow road, Patton saw a race, and once the campaign began, he would not remain in anyone's shadow. The geography of Sicily itself magnified their rivalry, as its rugged spine funneled armies into narrow corridors of movement. The island's eastern coast offered the most direct route to Messina, but it was also the most heavily defended by German forces. Rivers, ridges, and the looming mass of Mount Etna created natural choke points ideal for delaying actions. Montgomery's 8th Army found itself bogged down against well-prepared German defenses near Catania, where bridges were blown and villages turned into fortresses. Every advance required artillery barrages and costly infantry assaults, with progress measured in yards rather than miles. Patton, looking westward, saw open terrain and weaker Italian defenses, offering a chance to bypass the German strongholds entirely. He proposed striking toward Palermo, capturing the island's largest city, and then swinging east toward Messina from the north. This maneuver would not only relieve pressure on Montgomery, but also give the Americans a direct path to glory. The contrast was stark, a slow grind on the east versus a rapid dash through the west. The landscape became the canvas upon which two rival visions of war unfolded. Clashes between the two commanders erupted in heated conferences, where Alexander attempted to mediate, but rarely imposed firm direction. Montgomery insisted that the main effort remain his, demanding reinforcements and priority in supplies. Patton argued that American forces deserved a freer hand, pointing to the stalled British advance and the wasted potential of his divisions. Their arguments were not merely professional, but deeply personal, colored by national pride and personal ambition. Eisenhower, reluctant to alienate either ally, allowed a compromise that gave Patton latitude to push westward. It was a decision that unleashed the full force of Patton's energy, setting his army on a course that would change the campaign's shape. Montgomery, privately contemptuous, dismissed Patton's thrust as irrelevant to the decisive battles around Catania. Yet every mile the Americans advanced westward, weakened the Axis hold on the island, and set up the eventual encirclement of German forces. The rivalry had thus moved from words to action, and Sicily became the proving ground for both pride and strategy. On the ground, soldiers felt the weight of their general's rivalry, even if they did not see it directly. British troops slogging north from Syracuse cursed the endless obstacles and the relentless German rearguards. American infantry, marching toward Palermo, reveled in their swift advances, encountering mostly disorganized Italian units who surrendered in droves. In villages, Sicilian civilians noticed the difference. British columns slow and deliberate, American convoys fast and brash, their soldiers joking even under fire. Rumors of competition between the armies spread, with men speculating who would reach Messina first. Officers recognized that the rivalry spurred performance, pushing each army to prove itself on the battlefield, yet it also created friction in coordination, as requests for support were sometimes delayed or ignored. Behind the bravado, both armies faced exhaustion, casualties, and the endless grind of moving supplies over shattered roads. For ordinary soldiers, the rivalry of their commanders was both a distant quarrel and a daily reality. They bore the burden of turning ambition into ground gained, and they did so under fire, step by bloody step. Axis commanders, though under immense pressure, exploited the Allied rivalry whenever possible. German troops of the 15th Panzergrenadier and Hermann Goering divisions dug into defensive belts, forcing Montgomery into costly frontal assaults. Their delaying actions bought time for reinforcements to retreat north toward Messina, preserving strength for the final defense. Meanwhile, Italian garrisons in the west crumbled, unable to resist Patton's fast-moving columns, leaving him free to sweep across the island. The Axis realized that Montgomery's slower advance allowed them to concentrate their best units on one front while sacrificing weaker allies elsewhere. The divergent strategies of the Allies thus gave the defenders room to maneuver, though it could not save Sicily in the long run. German reports noted with interest the lack of full coordination between British and American forces. For Kesselring, this division was a small gift, offering precious days to organize evacuation routes across the Strait of Messina. Yet even he understood that rivalry could not halt the sheer weight of Allied power. The clock was ticking, and every day brought the enemy closer to his last redoubts. Sicily's fate was sealed, even if the road to it was paved with rivalry. By mid-July, the rivalry between Patton and Montgomery had become the defining drama of the campaign, shaping strategy as much as battlefield realities. Patton's rapid thrust west captured Palermo, dazzling observers, and elevating his reputation as a master of mobility. Montgomery, grinding through German defenses, dismissed the capture as irrelevant to the true goal, breaking the Etna line and forcing a retreat to Messina. Alexander attempted to frame their divergent advances as complementary, but everyone knew each general measured his progress against the other. For Eisenhower, the rivalry was a double-edged sword, fueling Allied momentum while threatening unity at a critical moment. On the ground, the beaches were secure, the ports were open, and the armies now surged inland. But the campaign was no longer just about defeating the Axis, it was about who would stand first at Messina, who would write his name in the annals of victory. The Sicilian mountains loomed ahead, promising harder battles still to come. Yet behind the gunfire and marching columns, the clash of egos echoed as loudly as the artillery. Operation Husky was becoming not only a struggle for Sicily, but a duel for prestige, and both Patton and Montgomery were determined to win it. The landings at Gela, Licata, and Scogliti had given the Allies their foothold, but in those first hours the outcome was far from secure. Axis commanders, shocked by the scale of the invasion, quickly rallied their most mobile units to strike back before the lodgements could harden. The Hermann Goering Division, pride of the Luftwaffe's ground forces, was ordered to counterattack the Americans at Gela with tanks, artillery, and veteran infantry. At the same time, Italian armored formations, including remnants of the Livorno Division, prepared to throw their weight against Patton's beachheads. German staff officers believed that if they could strike decisively on July 10th and 11th, they might drive the invaders into the sea. Columns of panzers assembled inland, their engines rumbling through the Sicilian hills as dust clouds rose over sun-scorched fields. Infantry loaded onto trucks, clutching rifles and machine guns, while artillery units readied to follow and support. The plan was simple: hit the beaches with concentrated force before Allied armor could be unloaded. Axis morale, bruised by the shock of the invasion, steadied under the prospect of battle, and for the Allies, the first true test of survival was approaching. At dawn on July 11th, German armored spearheads lunged toward Gela, aiming to crush the Americans still disorganized from their chaotic landings. The Big Red One, though battle-hardened, had little heavy armor ashore, with most tanks still aboard landing craft waiting for unloading. Infantry crouched in shallow foxholes behind dunes, their machine guns and bazookas pitifully small against the advancing panzers. The Hermann Goering Division's Panzer IVs rumbled forward, their guns booming as shells tore through sandbags and shattered positions. Italian Semivente self-propelled guns joined the assault, their short-barreled weapons firing high-explosive rounds into American lines. Dust, smoke, and the scream of mortars filled the air, drowning out shouted orders and cries for medics. Axis infantry advanced behind the tanks, firing from the hip as they pressed toward the surf. For a moment it appeared the Americans might be overwhelmed, pushed into the sea, as so many Axis commanders had hoped. Officers rallied men desperately, calling for naval support and artillery to stem the tide. The scene at Gela was chaos, a battlefield teetering on the edge of collapse, and yet the Americans clung stubbornly to their ground. Naval gunfire, already proven the day before, became the savior of the Gela beachhead in its most desperate hour. Offshore cruisers and destroyers opened fire with every available gun, their shells tearing into Axis columns with devastating precision. USS Boise and USS Savannah fired salvo after salvo, their 8-inch shells obliterating German armor as though swatting flies. Destroyers closed dangerously near shore, risking grounding to unleash rapid-fire guns on advancing infantry. The effect was catastrophic for the attackers, who found themselves caught in open fields without cover. Tanks exploded in fiery plumes, trucks disintegrated into twisted wreckage, and infantry were cut down in swaths. American soldiers cheered as naval shells screamed overhead, landing among enemy formations that had seemed unstoppable moments before. The sea itself had become an artillery fortress, projecting steel and fire in support of the defenders. German commanders, stunned by the ferocity of naval fire, ordered withdrawals to regroup and reconsider. The counterattack, which had promised to reclaim the beaches, instead collapsed under a rain of Allied shells. At Gela the turning point came not from land but from the guns of the fleet. Elsewhere along the front, counterattacks erupted with varying intensity, each testing the resilience of newly established beachheads. At Licata, Italian units attempted to dislodge the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division, advancing with tanks and infantry columns. Their assault faltered almost immediately under concentrated American artillery fire, supported by naval bombardment from destroyers offshore. Infantry of the 3rd held firm, repelling the Italians with steady rifle fire and machine guns dug into defensive positions. The attackers suffered heavy casualties, their outdated tanks destroyed by bazooka teams and anti-tank guns hastily emplaced on the beach. At Scogliti, the US 45th Division faced scattered attacks, with Italian units probing but never mounting a full-scale assault. These efforts, though less dramatic than Gela, still forced the Americans to expend ammunition and stay constantly alert. Each clash reminded commanders that their beachheads remained vulnerable until supply lines stabilized. Engineers worked feverishly to unload tanks and artillery from landing craft, often under fire. The first 48 hours were a race against time, hold against counterattacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive. And in that race, every battle counted, no matter how small. The British 8th Army, advancing from Syracuse, also faced Axis resistance designed to slow their momentum. German units launched spoiling attacks near Lentini and Augusta, hoping to disrupt Montgomery's carefully orchestrated timetable. These assaults were sharp but limited, aimed at buying time rather than achieving decisive results. British infantry, veterans of El Alamein and Tunisia, met them with discipline and firepower, blunting advances with artillery and armor support. The terrain favored the defenders, with narrow roads and stone walls offering ambush points for German machine guns and mortars. British units responded methodically, bringing up tanks to crush strong points and using artillery barrages to clear villages. Casualties mounted on both sides, but the Germans achieved their objective, slowing the British drive toward Catania. Montgomery's frustration grew as his timetable stretched, forcing him to reconsider the speed of his advance. For the Germans, delay was victory enough, each day gained allowing more troops to fall back toward Messina, and for the Allies, the fight inland revealed that Sicily would not fall easily to rapid thrusts. The counterattacks, though costly, bought the Axis time to prepare their next stand. Behind the battlefield, the human cost of these counterattacks was visible in field hospitals and aid stations hastily erected on Sicilian soil. Medics worked tirelessly, their tents filled with wounded men carried back from the front by jeeps and stretchers. Surgeons operated through the night, their hands slick with blood, as nurses and orderlies struggled to keep up with the endless stream of casualties. The wounded told stories of tanks charging through smoke, of comrades buried alive by artillery blasts, of desperate hand-to-hand combat in villages and vineyards. Exhausted doctors marked men with morphine doses, triaging those who could be saved from those who could not. Chaplains moved among the cots, offering last rites or whispered prayers, their voices drowned by the groans of the injured. Outside, supply officers worked to unload plasma, bandages and medical supplies under constant threat of air raids. Civilians sometimes appeared at the edges of these scenes, offering water or fruit to soldiers too dazed to speak. War had come to Sicily not only in explosions but in the quiet agony of its aftermath. For the survivors, the memory of these counterattacks would linger long after the beaches were secure. For Axis commanders, the failure of their counterattacks revealed the limits of their strength in Sicily. German units fought with determination, but they lacked the massed armor and air support necessary to overwhelm Allied firepower. Italian divisions, poorly equipped and demoralized, crumbled in the face of determined resistance, often retreating or surrendering in large numbers. Kesselring's hopes of driving the Allies into the sea evaporated as reports of shattered units poured in from the front. The naval gunfire that decimated Axis attacks at Gela became infamous, a lesson in the power of Allied sea supremacy. German officers admitted privately that no counterattack could succeed as long as battleships and cruisers stood offshore. Yet they continued to fight, determined to delay, to inflict casualties, and to buy time for withdrawal to the Etna line. For the Axis, Sicily was already becoming a battle of attrition rather than outright victory. The counterattacks had failed to destroy the Allied foothold, but they succeeded in slowing the invaders' momentum. And for the Allies, survival on the beaches came with the knowledge that the hardest battles lay ahead. By July 12th, the dust of the counterattack settled, leaving behind scorched fields littered with wreckage, and the bodies of men who had gambled everything in the opening battles. The Allies had endured their trial by fire, holding fragile beachheads against the fiercest blows the Axis could muster. Naval gunfire, air superiority, and the stubborn courage of infantry had turned the tide, ensuring the invasion did not end in disaster. Axis forces withdrew inland, regrouping for the next phase of the campaign, while Allied commanders consolidated their gains. Supply ships poured reinforcements and equipment onto the beaches, transforming them into bustling hubs of war. Soldiers who had crouched in fear now stood taller, their confidence hardened by survival against overwhelming odds. Yet the memory of tanks rolling toward the surf and the thunder of naval guns would never leave them. Sicily had welcomed them, not with open arms but with blood and steel. The counterattacks had been beaten back, but the campaign was far from won. Ahead lay mountains, rivers, and a retreating enemy determined to make every mile a battlefield. The fight for Sicily had only just begun. With the beachhead secure, the Allied armies turned their gaze inland, where Sicily's rugged heart awaited with challenges far deadlier than sand and surf. The island's geography was a defender's dream, a labyrinth of mountains, ridges, and deep-cut valleys, where every road twisted through bottlenecks. Axis forces, withdrawing from the coastal plain, settled into these natural fortresses, determined to make every stone wall and every village a battlefield. The Americans pushed west and north, seizing Palermo and then swinging eastward into the island's mountainous interior. The British, still grinding along the Catania plain, confronted the full weight of German defences anchored around Mount Etna. For both armies, the campaign now shifted from open beaches to grueling mountain warfare, where tanks bogged down and infantry bore the brunt. Road conditions were abysmal, dust in the day, mud at night, and constant demolition by retreating engineers. Bridges were blown, culverts collapsed, and mines littered every path forward. The drive inland was not a single advance, but a series of sieges against the land itself. And within that land, German troops fought with cunning and skill. The Americans' advance into central Sicily brought them to Nicosia, a small town perched on high ground commanding vital roads. German and Italian defenders turned the town into a fortress, filling stone houses with machine guns and positioning artillery on surrounding slopes. The 45th Infantry Division, still blooded from Scogliti, was tasked with the assault, climbing rocky hills under scorching sun. Soldiers advanced yard by yard, scaling goat paths and cutting through thorn-strewn fields as mortars rained down. Machine guns clattered from windows and rooftops, forcing Americans to fight house to house in brutal close-quarters combat. Grenades cleared stairwells while bazookas blasted walls open, sending showers of stone across narrow streets. German rearguards fought with ferocity, retreating only when positions were utterly untenable. Civilians, trapped in their homes, cowered in cellars as artillery shells ripped through ancient masonry. By the time Nicosia fell, it was less a town than a ruin, its cobbled streets lined with bodies and burned-out vehicles. For the Americans, Nicosia was a bitter taste of the struggle that awaited deeper in Sicily's spine. Further east, The road to Trona became the bloodiest test yet for the US 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One. Trona stood atop steep ridges, commanding vistas over valleys that funneled attackers into narrow approaches. German General Hans Valentin Hubub recognized its value and reinforced the sector with elements of the 15th Panzergrenadier Division. The result was a fortress town defended with skill, heavy weapons, and fanatical determination. From July 31st to August 6th, Americans launched repeated assaults against these heights, each met with withering fire from mortars, artillery, and machine guns. Infantry scrambled up slopes under scorching sun, often gaining ground by day, only to be pushed back by counterattacks at dusk. Sherman tanks struggled to maneuver on narrow goat tracks, their engines straining on hairpin curves, and their armor vulnerable to German 88s. Artillery duels shook the hills, with American guns firing 100,000 shells in a week-long attempt to shatter the defense. German defenders dug deep, moving between caves, trenches, and stone houses, surviving bombardments that should have annihilated them. The battle became one of attrition, measured not in miles gained, but in blood spilled. Trona was a crucible, and victory would be bought at staggering cost. The fighting at Trona revealed the extremes of endurance demanded of ordinary soldiers in Sicily's mountains. Americans advanced with rifles slung across their backs, climbing slopes under blistering heat that left canteens dry within hours. Wounds were frequent not only from bullets but from dehydration, exhaustion, and heat stroke. Medics carried men down ravines on stretchers, stumbling over rocks while shells screamed overhead. Commanders rotated units constantly, knowing that no battalion could withstand more than a few days in the cauldron. Nights brought little relief, as German flares illuminated slopes and machine guns rattled through the darkness. Counterattacks came suddenly, bayonets flashing in the moonlight as exhausted men fought hand-to-hand among rocks and scrub. Supplies lagged behind, forcing soldiers to ration ammunition and food while jeeps struggled to navigate cratered roads. The cries of the wounded echoed across valleys, mingling with the relentless roar of artillery. For survivors, the memory of Trona was etched not only in victory, but in suffering. It was a battlefield where endurance became as decisive as courage. British forces, meanwhile, pressed against the German defences on the Catania Plain, struggling to dislodge them from fortified lines. Montgomery had hoped for rapid progress, but the terrain funneled his forces into narrow corridors bristling with minefields and machine gun nests. German paratroopers of the elite Fallschirmjäger Division held the line with ruthless efficiency, turning every village into a bastion. Tanks bogged down in irrigation ditches and volcanic soil, while infantry advanced under sheets of fire that cut ranks to pieces. Engineers cleared minefields under direct fire, using Bangalore torpedoes to carve paths through wire at terrible cost. The heat was oppressive, baking men in their helmets and uniforms, leaving them faint from thirst. Air support hammered German positions, but the defenders shifted constantly, making pinpoint destruction nearly impossible. Progress was measured in yards, with each village taken only after days of bombardment and assault. Montgomery, frustrated, pressed his men onward, but even his meticulous planning could not eliminate the realities of the terrain. The drive inland was proving slower and bloodier than any had anticipated. Axis commanders made masterful use of Sicily's interior, turning its geography into a weapon against the invaders. German engineers destroyed bridges and culverts, forcing Allied convoys to halt for repairs while defenders regrouped. Roads were mined, switchbacks blocked with rubble, and every ridge became a line of resistance. Civilians were often caught between retreating Axis troops and advancing Allies, their villages destroyed in the crossfire. German troops fought delaying actions with skill, withdrawing in good order only after inflicting heavy casualties. Italian units played a lesser role, many dissolving after initial resistance, but some, like the Livorno division, fought with surprising tenacity. The defenders' discipline and tactical cunning forced Allied commanders to expend vast resources for small gains. Every town became a miniature fortress, demanding artillery, infantry, and air power to capture. The Allies had numbers, but the Axis had terrain and a willingness to trade space for blood. In the rugged Sicilian interior, the defenders turned every mile into a battlefield. Despite the difficulties, the Allied advance continued, driven by relentless pressure and the sheer weight of men and material. At Tredina, after a week of unbroken combat, the Germans finally withdrew under cover of darkness, leaving the Americans in possession of a shattered town. At Nicosia and other strongpoints, defenders pulled back toward the Etna line, preserving their strength for the final defense near Messina. Patton's divisions advanced eastward through captured towns, greeted by weary civilians who offered bread, wine, and information about German positions. Montgomery's troops pushed forward as well, though their progress was slower, hampered by determined resistance and the difficulties of the plain. The Allied armies were beginning to converge, tightening the noose around German forces retreating toward Messina. Yet each victory came at a cost: thousands of casualties, villages reduced to rubble, and exhausted men who could barely lift their rifles. The drive inland was relentless, but it was also punishing. Sicily was not being conquered quickly. It was being bled for ridge by ridge. The campaign was a test of endurance as much as strategy. By early August, the Allies stood on the threshold of Sicily's final bastions, but the memory of the inland battles lingered. Troina became a symbol of American grit, a place where infantry endured the fiercest German defense yet encountered on the island. Nicosia, like countless other towns, testified to the price of victory: stone houses shattered, streets littered with the debris of modern war. For the British, the slow grind up the Catania plain revealed both the resilience of German defenders and the limitations of methodical advance in rugged terrain. Axis commanders, though retreating, had succeeded in delaying the Allied timetable, ensuring an orderly withdrawal to the Etna line. The mountains of Sicily had claimed their toll, bending but not breaking the momentum of the invasion. For the soldiers who marched through olive groves and over stony ridges, the campaign was no longer about beaches and landings, but about survival in a hostile land. Sicily's rugged heart had tested them, body and soul, and left its mark in blood and memory. The drive inland was won, but the hardest battles still lay ahead. While Montgomery's 8th Army ground its way northward through the Catania plain, Patton seized an opportunity that would redefine the campaign. Dissatisfied with merely guarding the western flank, he convinced Alexander to authorize a bold thrust across the breadth of Sicily. His objective was Palermo, the island's largest port city, a jewel of commerce and strategy that commanded the Tyrrhenian Sea. The march would cover more than 100 miles through rugged countryside, demanding speed and daring from divisions already weary from battle. Patton envisioned it as a lightning strike, bypassing Axis strongholds and overwhelming disorganized defenders before they could react. The operation appealed to his instinct for audacity, a chance to outshine Montgomery and prove the power of American maneuver. His columns would sweep through western Sicily, cutting off Italian formations and seizing towns before resistance could harden. For Patton, Palermo was not just a city, it was a statement. The advance would demonstrate American initiative and initiative's ability to reshape the battlefield, and for the men under his command, it would be a relentless march into history. The thrust began on July 17th, when Patton unleashed the 2nd Armored Division, the 3rd Infantry Division, and the 82nd Reconnaissance Battalion in a rapid westward advance. Tanks of the 2nd Armored, nicknamed Hell on Wheels, spearheaded the drive, their engines roaring as they thundered across dusty roads. Infantry rode on half-tracks and trucks, ready to dismount and clear towns as they went. Engineers followed closely, repairing bridges, clearing mines, and ensuring the momentum never faltered. Axis defenders, mostly Italian units, were stunned by the speed and scale of the advance, often surrendering en masse without firing a shot. German presence in the west was minimal, as their best divisions remained committed against Montgomery in the east. The Americans exploited this imbalance ruthlessly, bypassing pockets of resistance and leaving them to rear guards. Dust clouds marked their progress, visible for miles across the parched Sicilian hills. To the soldiers, the advance felt more like a pursuit than an invasion, their confidence swelling with each mile. Patton's gamble was paying off. Momentum was now a weapon as potent as artillery. Civilians across western Sicily greeted the Americans with a mixture of relief, curiosity, and trepidation. Villagers emerged cautiously, waving white cloths from balconies or offering fruit and bread to passing columns. Many Sicilians despised Mussolini's regime and viewed the Allies as liberators from years of hardship and fascist oppression. In towns like Agrigento and Corleone, crowds cheered as tanks rolled through cobbled streets, their tracks clattering against centuries-old stones. Some locals guided American patrols through back roads and goat paths, sharing intelligence about Axis positions. Others simply watched in awe as columns of men, machines, and trucks snaked through valleys and over ridges, a spectacle unlike anything they had seen. Yet beneath the surface there was also fear of reprisals from retreating Italians, fear of bombardment, fear of war's chaos consuming their homes. Civilians scavenged from abandoned depots and fled from sudden skirmishes as Axis rearguards fought delaying actions. The march to Palermo was not just a military operation, it was a tidal wave that swept across the lives of thousands. And for the people of Sicily, the Americans brought both liberation and uncertainty. Resistance along the road to Palermo came in scattered bursts, often fierce but ultimately futile. Italian coastal divisions attempted to hold defensive lines, but their antiquated artillery and low morale proved no match for American armor. In one engagement near Canicattaro, Italian tanks clashed briefly with the 2nd Armored, only to be reduced to burning hulks by Shermans and tank destroyers. Machine gun nests ambushed convoys from stone farmhouses, forcing infantry to clear them with grenades and flamethrowers. Mortar fire harassed columns as they advanced through narrow valleys, but air support quickly silenced the batteries. German advisors occasionally stiffened Italian defenses, orchestrating ambushes that cost American lives. Yet these encounters slowed the advance only briefly, as overwhelming mobility and firepower smashed through resistance. Prisoners streamed into cages, their faces weary and resigned, as American convoys thundered past. For the GIs, these skirmishes were reminders that even a rapid advance came at a price. Each day's progress was counted in burned vehicles, wounded comrades, and villages left behind in ruins. Still, the march continued, relentless as the July sun. Logistics played a decisive role in sustaining the dash across western Sicily. Supply officers worked tirelessly, ensuring fuel, ammunition, and rations kept pace with Patton's armored spearheads. Convoys of trucks rattled across narrow mountain roads, dodging craters and bridging collapsed culverts. Engineers improvised solutions constantly, laying temporary crossings over streams and clearing rubble from demolished roads. Airfields captured en route were quickly repurposed by Allied air forces, providing cover for advancing columns. Yet even with efficiency, the sheer speed of the drive strained supply lines, forcing rationing and ingenuity. Soldiers scavenged water from wells and commandeered livestock from farms to feed hungry units. Mechanics worked through the night to repair broken-down tanks and vehicles, keeping the advance rolling at all costs. For Patton, logistics were the lifeblood of momentum, and he drove his staff as hard as his troops. Every mile gained was a testament not only to combat skill, but to the machinery of war behind the front. Palermo would not be reached without the sweat of those who kept the army moving. As the Americans closed in on Palermo, Axis forces attempted one last stand to delay the inevitable. Italian garrisons fortified towns along the approaches, erecting barricades and digging trenches across narrow passes. Artillery units shelled advancing columns from hidden positions in the hills, forcing infantry to flush them out at close range. German units, though few, orchestrated rearguards that made clever use of terrain, ambushing convoys before melting back into the mountains. Yet morale among Italian defenders was collapsing, with desertions and surrenders increasing by the hour. Many soldiers laid down their arms without a fight, exhausted by years of war, and unwilling to die for Mussolini's faltering regime. American columns pressed forward with unrelenting energy, their armored spearheads cutting through opposition like a blade. By July 21st, the outer defences of Palermo were in sight, their bunkers and gun emplacements already battered by naval and air bombardment. Patton's divisions tightened the noose, encircling the city from multiple directions. The battle for Palermo was about to begin, not as a prolonged siege, but as a swift, decisive strike. On July 22, 1943, Patton's forces surged into Palermo, storming through its outer defences with overwhelming force. Artillery pounded enemy strongpoints, while infantry cleared bunkers and seized intersections in fierce, brief clashes. Italian resistance crumbled almost immediately, as garrisons surrendered en masse rather than fight a hopeless battle. German units, recognizing the futility of defense, withdrew toward Messina, leaving the city largely to its fate. Crowds poured into the streets, cheering, waving flags, and showering soldiers with flowers, wine, and embraces. For many Sicilians, the arrival of the Americans was liberation from a regime that had brought nothing but suffering. Patton rode into Palermo at the head of his column, savoring the triumph with a flair that matched his personality. The capture of the city stunned both Allies and Axis, who had not expected such a rapid conquest of Sicily's largest port. Palermo fell in a single day, its harbours intact, its streets alive with jubilation and relief. It was one of the greatest prizes of Operation Husky, won in a march that redefined the campaign. The fall of Palermo marked a turning point, both strategically and symbolically, in the battle for Sicily. For the Allies, the capture of the port opened a vital logistical hub, enabling resupply and reinforcing the thrust eastward. For Patton, it was a personal triumph, proof of his vision for rapid maneuver and his refusal to play a secondary role. The city's capture electrified his soldiers, boosting morale and reinforcing their belief in American prowess. Yet the victory also widened the rift with Montgomery, who dismissed Palermo as irrelevant to the decisive struggle for Messina. Axis commanders, though shaken, salvaged their best units, retreating eastward to fight again behind the Etna line. Palermo was a jewel wrested from fascist hands, but the campaign was not yet won. Ahead lay the mountains, rivers, and stubborn German divisions that would exact an even higher toll. Still, for one shining moment, Patton stood triumphant, his gamble vindicated, his audacity rewarded. The march to Palermo had rewritten the tempo of war in Sicily, and in its triumph, The race for Messina truly began. As Palermo fell in the west, German General Hans Valentin Hubei orchestrated one of the most skillful withdrawals of the war, pulling his divisions back toward the looming bulk of Mount Etna. Recognizing that Sicily could not be held indefinitely, Hubei resolved to deny the Allies an easy victory by fighting from a natural fortress. The mountainous slopes surrounding Etna provided commanding ground, ideal for defense, with ridges that dominated valleys and roads that could be easily mined or demolished. Rivers and gorges acted as barriers, forcing attackers into narrow funnels where artillery and machine guns could exact a brutal toll. German engineers blew bridges as they retreated, leaving behind fields of mines and booby-trapped buildings to slow the pursuit. Unlike the Italians, who crumbled under pressure, German units withdrew in disciplined order, fighting delaying actions that bled the Allies at every turn. Hubei's retreat was not a rout, but a chess game, each move calculated to buy time and preserve his core forces. By the end of July, the Germans had anchored themselves along a line stretching from San Fratello on the north coast to Catania on the east. This defensive belt, soon known as the Etna Line, would test the Allies to their limits. The Etna Line was not a single wall of trenches, but a network of fortified zones tied together by natural obstacles. German troops occupied hilltops and ridges, overlooking valleys where every Allied movement could be observed and targeted. Machine guns were positioned to create interlocking fields of fire, while mortars and artillery were hidden in caves and olive groves. Roads leading inland were mined with deadly precision, forcing engineers to risk their lives clearing paths under sniper fire. The Germans also made extensive use of Sicily's stone villages, turning houses into bunkers and bell towers into observation posts. Every approach was covered by kill zones, where advancing infantry would be cut down long before they reached their objectives. Panzer grenadiers dug deep positions, rotating squads constantly to maintain stamina in the blistering summer heat. Supply dumps were hidden in mountain ravines, camouflaged from Allied air reconnaissance. Unlike the collapsing Italians, the Germans showed remarkable cohesion, making the Etna Line a fortress of discipline and skill. For the Allies, every mile forward would now mean a battle against stone, steel, and stubborn men. The British Eighth Army bore the brunt of the struggle in the east, where Montgomery pressed northward from Catania toward Adrano. The German 15th Panzergrenadier Division and elite Fallschirmjäger paratroopers fought tenaciously, launching counterattacks that stunned advancing units. British tanks found themselves restricted by terrain, often funneled into narrow roads where German 88s lay in ambush. Infantry assaults were met with relentless fire from hidden positions, forcing costly battles to clear each village. The town of Century P, perched atop jagged cliffs, became a fortress that cost hundreds of lives to capture. German paratroopers fought from house to house, retreating only when Allied artillery leveled entire blocks. The battlefields of the Etna Line were not grand open clashes, but grinding slogs, each hill and hamlet taken in blood. Montgomery's reputation for methodical advances meant progress was steady but slow, frustrating soldiers and commanders alike. The British moved forward, but at the cost of exhaustion and mounting casualties. For Hube this was exactly the point: delay the enemy, bleed them and retreat only when absolutely necessary. On the northern coast, the US 7th Army found its own progress checked by the rugged terrain of San Fratello Ridge. Patton's forces, fresh from their triumph at Palermo, encountered German defences that made every step eastward a struggle. The 29th Panzergrenadier Division held the ridges with determination, using artillery to rain fire on coastal roads below. American infantry scrambled up rocky slopes under blistering heat, burdened by packs and rifles, as mortars exploded around them. Attempts to outflank the Germans through the hills were met with ambushes, where machine guns scythed through columns. Naval gunfire supported the advance, but the terrain made accurate targeting difficult, and German positions often survived the bombardment. Sherman tanks crept along coastal roads, vulnerable to mines and concealed anti-tank guns. Engineers cleared obstacles under fire, often paying with their lives for every bridge repaired. The fight for San Fratello Ridge became a symbol of the northern sector, slow, costly, and unforgiving. Patton's men advanced, but the road to Messina was proving longer and bloodier than he had envisioned. Life for the German defenders of the Etna line was harsh but disciplined, sustained by strict orders and the promise of evacuation. Soldiers dug into rocky soil, enduring the same heat, dust, and thirst as their enemies, yet maintained cohesion through constant rotation of units. Rations were scarce, often limited to canned meat, bread, and whatever could be scavenged from local farms. Ammunition, however, was plentiful, as supply convoys continued to cross from Calabria under the protection of heavy guns at Messina. Soldiers slept in caves and dugouts, emerging only to fire before slipping back into cover. Their officers instilled a fierce determination, reminding them that every day of resistance was another day for evacuation plans to succeed. Civilians were often caught in the middle, their homes commandeered for headquarters or defensive positions. German discipline contrasted starkly with the demoralized Italians, whose contributions dwindled to token resistance and local garrisons. Despite exhaustion, Hoobe's men fought with professional skill, executing one of the most effective delaying campaigns of the war. For the Allies it was like fighting a shadow, always resisting, always retreating, never breaking. The Allies unleashed the full weight of their firepower against the Etna line, turning Sicily's interior into a battlefield of fire and smoke. Artillery barrages thundered across ridges, pulverizing villages before infantry advanced into the rubble. Allied bombers roared overhead, dropping tons of explosives on suspected strongholds, leveling entire hamlets in the process. Yet the Germans adapted quickly, vacating positions before bombardments and reoccupying them once the shelling ceased. American and British troops learned the frustration of advancing through landscapes already destroyed, fighting enemies who seemed to vanish only to reappear further ahead. Casualties mounted as men stumbled through dust-filled valleys, their uniforms soaked in sweat, their throats dry from the relentless heat. Tanks, though powerful, often broke down on rocky tracks or found themselves trapped by demolished bridges. Engineers became as vital as riflemen, building crossings under fire and clearing mines that littered every approach. The Etna line consumed Allied strength in staggering quantities, forcing commanders to acknowledge that victory here would not come quickly. Sicily's interior was proving itself as formidable as any battlefield in North Africa or France. The psychological toll of the Etna battles was immense, weighing heavily on soldiers of both sides. Allied troops, who had expected rapid conquest, found themselves trapped in a grind that tested endurance as much as courage. Letters home spoke of endless marches through dust, of nights spent in foxholes with shells bursting overhead, of comrades lost for a few hundred yards of ground. Civilians emerged from caves and cellars, dazed by the destruction of their villages, often carrying white flags in search of food or medicine. German soldiers, though disciplined, also felt the strain, their confidence tempered by the knowledge that Sicily was lost, even if their mission demanded resistance. Hoobe inspired his men by emphasizing their role as shield-bearers, holding back the tide long enough for Germany to regroup on the mainland. The clash became one of wills as much as weapons, a battle of endurance fought on the volcanic slopes of Etna. Each skirmish, each artillery duel, was part of a larger design. For both sides, Sicily had become not just a battlefield but a crucible. and the Etna line was its fiercest forge. By early August, the Etna line had fulfilled its purpose, bleeding the Allies and buying time for evacuation preparations at Messina. German forces began withdrawing methodically, slipping through narrow corridors at night, leaving behind mines, booby traps, and rear guards. The Allies pressed forward, capturing towns like Adrano and Randazzo after days of costly fighting. Yet the Germans were never encircled, always retreating just in time to preserve their strength. For Montgomery and Patton, the campaign grew increasingly frustrating, as victories seemed hollow without the destruction of enemy forces. Hoobe's skillful defense ensured that his divisions would fight another day on the Italian mainland. The Allies had breached the Etna line, but only after weeks of attrition and thousands of casualties. The mountain had tested their armies, stretching supply lines and morale to the breaking point. Sicily was slowly slipping from Axis hands, but not as quickly as the Allies had hoped. The Etna line had bought Germany its most precious resource, time, and with that time, the race for Messina entered its final stage. As Allied troops fought through the ridges of Sicily, the reverberations of their advance shook Rome more violently than any artillery barrage. Benito Mussolini, once hailed as Il Duce and the architect of fascist Italy, found his grip on power unraveling with every Allied victory. News of Palermo's fall spread like wildfire, eroding confidence among his ministers, generals, and the Italian public. The myth of fascist invincibility, already tarnished by defeats in North Africa, collapsed under the weight of the Allied Armada in the Mediterranean. Mussolini's speeches, once thunderous proclamations of destiny, now rang hollow in the face of humiliation and loss. Ordinary Italians endured bombings, ration shortages, and the grim sight of endless funerals for sons lost on distant fronts. Discontent simmered in factories and villages, where whispers of surrender began to outweigh the rhetoric of glory. Within the corridors of power, even fascist loyalists began plotting against the man they had once idolized. The invasion of Sicily was more than a military campaign. It was a political earthquake, and at its epicenter stood Mussolini, isolated and besieged in a regime collapsing from within. The Italian High Command, led by King Victor Emmanuel III and senior generals, concluded that Mussolini's leadership had become a liability rather than an asset. Army units were demoralized, fleets were in disarray, and the Luftwaffe carried the burden of air defense as the Regia Aeronautica faltered. Mussolini continued to demand resistance, but his orders increasingly went unheeded, as commanders saw their men surrendering in droves in Sicily. German generals stationed in Italy, notably Kesselring, grew wary of their ally, doubting his ability to maintain order. Within the fascist Grand Council, murmurs of dissent became open criticism, with key figures preparing to act. Count Dino Grandi, once a Mussolini loyalist, argued that the Duce had led Italy to ruin and that the monarchy must reclaim authority. This dissent reflected a growing recognition that Germany's war was Italy's disaster, and that continued loyalty to Hitler could mean national annihilation. For Mussolini, the walls of power were closing in, even as he clung to the fantasy of a negotiated stalemate. The political storm gathering in Rome was as unstoppable as the Allied advance in Sicily, and soon it would break. On July 19, 1943, Rome itself felt the fury of war when Allied bombers rained destruction on the Eternal City. Targets included the San Lorenzo rail yards, but bombs also fell on residential districts, killing thousands of civilians. The attack shocked Italians, many of whom had believed Rome's cultural and religious significance might spare it from devastation. Crowds filled the streets, shouting curses at Mussolini and demanding an end to the war. The Duce, visibly shaken, visited bombed neighborhoods, but his presence brought little comfort. Survivors jeered him openly their faith in fascism shattered by smoke rising above their city. For Mussolini's enemies within the government, the bombing provided the final proof that his leadership had failed catastrophically. The king, cautious and diminutive yet determined, now prepared to act decisively. In palaces and council chambers, the coup against Mussolini moved from whispers to plans. The invasion of Sicily had opened the gates. The bombing of Rome had made change inevitable. Mussolini's fall was no longer a question of if but when. On July 24th, Mussolini convened the Fascist Grand Council, the body that had once served as a rubber stamp for his decrees. This time, however, the chamber was filled with men prepared to defy him. Dino Grandi presented a motion demanding Mussolini's removal and the restoration of military power to the king. Heated debate followed, with Mussolini defending his record and warning of chaos if he were ousted. Yet one by one, ministers who had once cheered his every word now turned against him. Count Ciano, his own son-in-law, joined the chorus of dissent, signaling the depth of betrayal. When the vote was taken, 19 members supported Grandi's motion, while only 7 sided with Mussolini. The Deuce left the chamber pale and silent, the aura of power stripped away in a single night. He still believed he could maneuver, still imagined Hitler's support might rescue him. But the machinery of his downfall was already in motion, and by morning his fate would be sealed. On July 25th, Mussolini travelled to meet King Victor Emmanuel III at the Villa Savoia, expecting a discussion on the next steps in the war. Instead, the monarch confronted him with quiet firmness, informing him that he was dismissed as prime minister. The king spoke not as a figurehead, but as a sovereign reclaiming his throne from a failed subordinate. Mussolini, stunned, could scarcely comprehend the reversal of fortune, asking weakly what would happen to him. The king assured him he was in safe hands, even as carabinieri officers waited outside. When Mussolini emerged, he was quietly arrested, bundled into an ambulance, and driven away under guard. His entourage, once a sea of black-shirted loyalists, was nowhere to be found. That evening, Italian radio announced his removal, declaring that Marshal Pietro Badoglio had been appointed to lead a new government. Across Italy, the news spread like wildfire, greeted with relief, disbelief, and cautious hope. Mussolini, the Deuce, who had once commanded a nation, was now a prisoner. For ordinary Italians, Mussolini's downfall was a moment of profound release, though it carried uncertainty as well. Crowds filled the streets of Rome and other cities, tearing down fascist symbols and shouting "Basta con la guerra." Enough with the war. Prisoners of political repression were freed, and black shirt militias melted away, their power evaporating overnight. Mothers wept with joy at the hope that their sons might no longer be sent to die in hopeless campaigns. Yet the celebrations were tempered by unease, as everyone knew Germany would not allow Italy to leave the war so easily. Badoglio's government promised continuity, declaring that Italy would remain allied to Germany for the time being. Behind the scenes, however, secret negotiations with the Allies had already begun, aiming for surrender and an armistice. The Deuce's fall was not the end of Italy's ordeal, but the beginning of a dangerous transition. Still, in that moment, the people sensed that history had shifted. Mussolini's empire of rhetoric had collapsed, undone by war, invasion, and betrayal. In Germany, news of Mussolini's removal was met with fury and alarm. Hitler, enraged, regarded the coup as treachery and feared that Italy would defect to the Allies. The Führer immediately ordered plans for Operation Husky, the occupation of Italy and the disarming of its military. German divisions moved into northern and central Italy, preparing to seize control of key cities and ports. For Hitler, Mussolini had been more than an ally. He was a partner in the fascist revolution, a symbol of authoritarian brotherhood. Now that symbol had been humiliated, and Hitler vowed to rescue him at any cost. SS commando units began planning the daring mission that would eventually free Mussolini from captivity. But the alliance was broken in spirit, if not yet in form. For the Axis, Mussolini's fall was a crack in the facade of unity, and for the Allies, it was proof that their campaign in Sicily was already reshaping the political landscape of Europe. Mussolini's arrest marked the collapse of 2 decades of fascist rule, brought down not by foreign invaders but by his own countrymen. The invasion of Sicily had exposed the fragility of his regime, revealing that its foundations were built on fear rather than loyalty. The man who had strutted on balconies, promising empire and glory, now sat in guarded isolation, his fate no longer his own. Italy stood at a crossroads, its people yearning for peace even as German divisions tightened their grip. For the Allies, Mussolini's fall was a triumph of strategy as much as arms, a victory that reshaped the course of the war. Yet it also signaled a new challenge, negotiating with a government still uncertain of its path, while German troops prepared to fight on Italian soil. The Duce's downfall was not the end of the struggle, but it was the end of an era. The shadow of fascism had been broken, its idol toppled, its voice silenced, and with it the war in Italy entered a new and turbulent chapter. By early August 1943, the Allied conquest of Sicily entered its climactic phase. The drive to Messina, the island's northeastern tip. For Montgomery and Patton, this was not simply the conclusion of a campaign, it was a contest of pride and prestige. The capture of Messina promised control of the strait, a gateway to mainland Italy, and the symbolic finale to Operation Husky. Montgomery envisioned a steady, deliberate advance up the eastern coast, smashing through German defences anchored along Mount Etna. Patton, however, saw an opportunity for speed, striking along the northern coast and through inland passes to outpace his rival. Their divergent strategies reflected their personalities, Monty's meticulous caution against Patton's audacious dash. Eisenhower and Alexander encouraged coordination, but in reality, the two armies moved with an undercurrent of rivalry. Each sought to plant his flag first in Messina's battered streets. The race was on, and the outcome would echo beyond the island into the balance of Allied prestige. Sicily was no longer just a battlefield, it was a proving ground for two egos locked in competition. Montgomery's route was the most direct but also the most heavily defended. The British Eighth Army, pushing north from Catania, confronted German strongpoints fortified with minefields, artillery and rearguards. Every bridge was blown, every road cratered, every village transformed into a fortress of stone and steel. Fallschirmjäger paratroopers, disciplined and deadly, fought tenaciously in the towns of Adrano and Centuripe. The terrain favored the defenders, with steep ridges and lava-strewn fields, channeling British columns into kill zones. Tanks bogged down in narrow passes, vulnerable to the thunder of German 88s. Infantry fought house to house, clawing their way forward under blistering heat and ceaseless fire. Montgomery pressed methodically, his doctrine emphasizing firepower and attrition, but progress was painfully slow. The road to Messina became a crawl, measured not in miles but in yards. Each day lost was another opportunity for Patton to seize the initiative. Patton's Seventh Army moved with characteristic boldness, thrusting along the northern coastal road toward San Fratello and beyond. The terrain was rugged, with mountains pressing close to the sea, leaving little room for maneuver. German rearguards, notably the 29th Panzergrenadier Division, fought stubborn delaying actions, mining roads and ambushing convoys from high ground. American infantry endured grueling climbs up rocky slopes, attacking entrenched positions under mortar and machine gun fire. Naval support provided thunderous assistance, with destroyers and cruisers bombarding ridges to dislodge defenders. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear roadblocks and repair bridges demolished by retreating Germans. Despite these obstacles, Patton urged his commanders forward, demanding relentless speed. His rhetoric was fiery, insisting that American soldiers must not only fight but win the race. The northern drive was brutal, but it carried with it the aura of momentum. Every village captured brought the Americans closer to Messina and closer to glory. The rivalry between Patton and Montgomery infused the campaign with an unusual intensity, felt even by the soldiers on the ground. British infantry muttered about the Americans' cowboy tactics, while GIs joked that they would beat Monty to Messina if they had to swim there. Eisenhower, attempting to downplay the competition, insisted the objective was unity, but the truth was plain: both generals measured progress not just against the enemy, but against each other. Reports of advances were scrutinized in headquarters, each mile gained becoming fuel for pride. Montgomery viewed Patton's westward dash as strategically irrelevant, focusing instead on breaking the German Etna line. Patton saw Monty's caution as plodding, determined to prove American vigor could outstrip British deliberation. To the men fighting and dying, the rivalry mattered little, but they sensed the urgency driving their marches. Sicily had become a stage, and their generals were its most prominent actors. The curtain was rising on the finale. German General Hans Valentin Hube orchestrated a masterful retreat, ensuring the race to Messina would not end in total Allied victory. His divisions executed a fighting withdrawal, trading space for time while preserving manpower for evacuation. Bridges were blown with precision, and minefields slowed Allied armor to a crawl. Rearguards fought with ferocity, withdrawing only under the cover of night or after inflicting maximum casualties. The German evacuation across the Strait of Messina began quietly, using ferries, barges, and makeshift rafts under constant threat of Allied air attack. Anti-aircraft guns on both shores created deadly corridors, shielding convoys from destruction. By early August, tens of thousands of troops and vehicles were already slipping across to Calabria. Hube's goal was not to hold Sicily, but to deny the Allies a decisive encirclement. In this he succeeded brilliantly. The Messina race became not just a contest between Allies, but a duel against time itself. As the Allies pressed closer, the fighting grew more intense in both sectors. On the northern coast, battles raged at San Fratello and Trotina, where American divisions clawed their way through some of the toughest terrain on the island. German paratroopers fought with grim determination, forcing repeated assaults and counterattacks before yielding ground. Inland, the British captured Adrano and swung toward Randazzo, seizing key road junctions under relentless artillery fire. Every village became a battlefield, its ancient walls shattered by shells, its streets choked with rubble and corpses. Civilians endured terror as armies clashed in their doorways, their homes transformed into fortresses or reduced to ruins. For Allied soldiers, exhaustion set in, their uniforms soaked in sweat, their bodies battered by heat and attrition. Supplies struggled to keep pace with the relentless tempo, with fuel and ammunition sometimes arriving just in time. Yet still the armies pushed forward, each determined to reach Messina before the other. The final miles of Sicily were paid for in blood and fire. On August 16, 1943, the race came to its dramatic conclusion as American troops of the 3rd Infantry Division entered Messina. Patton, ever theatrical, made sure he was present for the triumph, striding into the city as its conqueror. British forces arrived hours later, their columns weary but unbroken, their banners raised over captured streets. Civilians watched in stunned relief, cheering both armies as liberators from fascist rule. The city, battered by weeks of bombardment and evacuation, bore the scars of war, but still stood as the prize of the campaign. Patton exulted in his victory, boasting that the Americans had beaten Monty to the finish line. Montgomery, tight-lipped, dismissed the theatrics, but recognized the symbolism. The capture of Messina marked the end of the Sicilian campaign, a triumph of Allied cooperation laced with rivalry. For the men who marched into the city, the race was less about egos than survival. Yet history would remember it as the duel between two giants of the Allied command. The Messina race encapsulated the paradox of Operation Husky, a campaign of unity overshadowed by competition. Strategically, the Allies had succeeded, capturing Sicily in just over 5 weeks and opening the door to the invasion of mainland Italy. Politically, Mussolini had fallen. Fascist Italy was crumbling, and the Axis grip on the Mediterranean was broken. Yet beneath these triumphs lay the rivalry that defined the final push, a contest that reflected both the strengths and strains of coalition warfare. Patton had proven the vigor of American arms, while Montgomery had demonstrated the grinding persistence of the British Army. German discipline had ensured evacuation, denying the Allies total victory even in triumph. Messina stood as both a prize and a symbol, a city where ambition, strategy, and pride collided. The campaign was over, but its lessons would echo into the battles to come. For the Allies, Sicily was a victory, but for history it was also a race. And in that race, Patton had crossed the finish line first. Even as the Allies celebrated their triumph in Messina, the German retreat across the strait unfolded as one of the most skillful operations of the war. General Hans Valentin Hubert, commander of the 14 Panzer Corps, had no illusions about holding Sicily indefinitely. His task was not to win but to preserve his divisions for the battles that awaited on the Italian mainland. From late July, he began orchestrating a phased withdrawal, synchronizing engineering, logistics, and rearguard actions with meticulous precision. The Strait of Messina, only a few miles wide at its narrowest point, became both a lifeline and a trap, vulnerable to Allied air and naval superiority. Yet, Hubert transformed it into a corridor of escape, moving men and machines night after night under Allied bombardment. Every withdrawal was shielded by rear guards, who fought stubbornly on the hills and ridges until the last moment. By the time Messina fell, the Germans had achieved what seemed impossible, a retreat under fire that left their core strength intact. The Allies had taken Sicily, but their quarry had slipped through their fingers. The evacuation, codenamed Operation Lehrgang, began in earnest on August 1, 1943. German engineers commandeered ferries, barges, and fishing boats, reinforcing them with pontoons and camouflage nets. Anti-aircraft batteries lined both shores, their barrels pointed skyward, ready to duel with Allied bombers. Supply depots were established along the Calabrian coast, ensuring that once troops crossed, they would be refitted and redeployed. Convoys crossed under cover of darkness, hugging the coastline to avoid detection, their wakes disappearing quickly into the night. German discipline ensured that loading was precise, with tanks and artillery rolled onto barges in strict order. Rearguards laid mines and rigged bridges to detonate at the first sign of Allied pursuit, forcing the invaders to pause and repair. Italian sailors and soldiers assisted, though their morale was shattered, leaving German troops to shoulder the burden of coordination. Allied reconnaissance spotted the movement, but the scope of the evacuation was underestimated. To Hube, every successful crossing was a victory carved from the jaws of defeat, and each night the strait carried away more of his army, intact and ready for the next fight. Allied commanders understood that the Germans intended to withdraw, but stopping them proved far more difficult than anticipated. Air superiority gave the Allies the theoretical ability to strike ferries and barges at will, yet dense flak over the strait turned the skies into a killing ground. Bomber crews flew into curtains of fire, their formations shattered by shells that burst with deadly precision. Pilots reported a wall of tracers rising from both sides of the strait, forcing them to drop bombs from higher altitudes with diminished accuracy. The narrow waterway itself, only 2 miles wide in places, made it easy for German craft to dart across before air patrols could intercept. Naval intervention was limited, as minefields and coastal guns made the strait too hazardous for Allied ships to penetrate. Instead, destroyers and cruisers shelled embarkation points, but the Germans constantly shifted their locations, leaving craters where ferries had already departed. Frustration mounted in Allied headquarters as reports confirmed the steady stream of men and vehicles reaching Calabria. The Germans had turned a vulnerable crossing into a fortress corridor, and the Allies could only watch as their enemy escaped. Rear guards played a pivotal role in buying time for the evacuation, fighting with ferocity, even as the outcome was already decided. German paratroopers and panzergrenadiers manned the Etna line, repelling Allied attacks with artillery and delaying advances with mines. Each withdrawal was executed with clockwork precision. Units held until the last possible moment, then slipped away under cover of night. American and British troops often found positions abandoned at dawn. The enemy vanished into the hills. Yet the rear guards did not simply vanish. They bled their pursuers at every opportunity, forcing costly assaults for ground already marked for surrender. Bridges collapsed just as Allied armor approached. Roads were cratered beyond recognition, and booby traps claimed lives long after defenders had gone. Prisoners captured during these rearguards spoke of orders to fight to the last bullet before retreating in small groups. The result was an agonizingly slow Allied advance, where victory seemed hollow and costly. Hube's delaying tactics worked exactly as intended, shielding the evacuation with a curtain of sacrifice. Sicily was being abandoned, but not in defeat. The scale of the evacuation was staggering by mid-August. More than 100,000 German and Italian troops had been ferried to Calabria. Alongside them crossed 14,000 vehicles, 47 tanks, and nearly 100 heavy guns, a formidable arsenal preserved for battles to come. German efficiency stood in sharp contrast to the crumbling Italian forces, many of whom surrendered or deserted rather than attempt the crossing. Hube prioritized his best units, the Hermann Goering Division, the 15th Panzergrenadier Division, and the 29th Panzergrenadier Division, ensuring they remained intact. Equipment that could not be evacuated was destroyed systematically, denying the Allies trophies of war. Horses, carts, and even abandoned Italian artillery were left behind, but the German corps departed largely whole. The operation unfolded under constant Allied bombing, yet losses were minimal compared to what had been expected. Each night, Sicilian villagers watched the dark silhouettes of ferries sliding across the moonlit strait, while the thunder of guns echoed overhead. For the Germans, it was proof that discipline and planning could turn retreat into triumph. For the Allies, it was a bitter lesson in underestimating their enemy. Civilians in Messina endured the evacuation as a nightmare, trapped between the departing Germans and the approaching Allies. The city was battered by Allied air raids that targeted embarkation points, reducing neighborhoods to rubble and scattering families into the hills. German soldiers requisitioned homes, commandeered food, and forced residents into cellars as barracks and command posts. Refugees from across the island poured into the city, desperate for passage, though most were abandoned as military needs took priority. Civilians who managed to board ferries often found themselves packed into the holds of barges, praying that Allied bombers would not find them. For those left behind, the night was filled with the rumble of convoys and the crackle of anti-aircraft fire. Messina became a place of fear and despair, a city caught in the machinery of retreat. When the Allies finally entered, they found a population broken by weeks of bombardment and abandonment. The evacuation had preserved the German army, but it had left the Sicilian people in ruins. Allied soldiers, advancing into abandoned positions, were astonished by the thoroughness of the German withdrawal. Bunkers were stripped of usable equipment, mines replaced doors, and booby traps lurked in every corner. Supply depots had been burned, vehicles destroyed, and bridges reduced to twisted wreckage. The enemy they sought had vanished, leaving behind only destruction and silence. Patton's troops in the north, and Montgomery's in the east, both reached Messina to find that their quarry was already across the strait. Frustration gave way to grudging admiration for Hube's brilliance, a recognition that the Germans had outmaneuvered overwhelming firepower. The Allies had conquered Sicily, but they had not destroyed the Axis army that defended it. Soldiers realized that the enemy waiting on the mainland would be the same disciplined force that had escaped under their noses. Victory felt hollow, like a prize won without its true opponent. The Messina evacuation had denied them a decisive triumph, and in doing so, it had set the stage for the battles of southern Italy. By August 17, 1943, the last German troops had crossed into Calabria, and the guns of Sicily fell silent. Operation Husky was officially over, an Allied victory in territory, but not in annihilation. The Germans had extracted nearly their entire force, an achievement Eisenhower himself described with reluctant respect. The Allies now faced the reality of fighting a seasoned enemy on the Italian mainland, entrenched and ready. For Hube, the evacuation was a masterpiece of withdrawal, rivaling Dunkirk in its scale and success. For the Allies, it was a reminder that even overwhelming superiority could be blunted by discipline and cunning. The Strait of Messina had become not a trap but a gateway, one the Germans had used to their advantage. Sicily lay in Allied hands, Mussolini was gone, but the war in Italy was only beginning. Ahead lay the mountains of Calabria, the Gustav Line, and the bloody road to Rome. The evacuation of Sicily was complete, and with it a new chapter of the Mediterranean campaign was about to open. Operation Husky ended with Sicily firmly in Allied hands, but its impact reached far beyond the island's shores. The campaign had lasted just over 5 weeks, but in that span it reshaped the Mediterranean theatre and set the stage for the invasion of mainland Europe. Strategically, Sicily was the stepping stone across the narrow strait to Calabria, a gateway into the Italian peninsula. Politically, it shattered Mussolini's regime, exposing fascism's weakness and emboldening dissent within Italy. Militarily, it demonstrated the effectiveness and the frictions of coalition warfare between British and American forces. The conquest showcased the sheer scale of modern amphibious operations, blending land, sea, and air power in unprecedented coordination. Yet it also revealed weaknesses, from chaotic airborne drops to strained logistics and bitter rivalries among commanders. For the Axis, the loss of Sicily was a humiliation, though tempered by Hube's brilliant evacuation. For the Allies, it was a victory that inspired both confidence and caution. The legacy of Husky was not just in territory gained, but in the lessons learned on how to fight and how to win. One of the most profound consequences of Husky was the political collapse it triggered in Rome. Mussolini's downfall was not merely the result of battlefield defeat, but the culmination of years of disillusionment, accelerated by Sicily's fall. Italians saw that the fascist promise of empire had dissolved into rubble and surrender, leaving the nation drained of hope. The king's quiet coup and Mussolini's arrest, showed that even dictatorships could crumble when the military and elites abandoned them. For Hitler, the betrayal of his Italian partner was a personal affront, driving him to occupy Italy and pour German divisions into the peninsula. Thus, the invasion of Sicily not only toppled a dictator, but also opened a new front where German troops would fight with ferocity. The Allies had hoped for a swift collapse of Italian resistance, yet they found themselves confronting German soldiers entrenched in Italy's mountains. Still, the removal of Mussolini weakened the Axis, stripping it of one of its founding figures. Politically, Husky marked the beginning of Italy's transformation from Axis ally to occupied battleground. Operationally, Husky highlighted both the brilliance and flaws of Allied planning. The landings themselves were the largest amphibious assault yet attempted, involving over 3,000 ships and 150,000 troops on the first day alone. Coordination between navies, armies, and air forces showcased the growing sophistication of Allied joint warfare. Yet the airborne operations revealed chaos, with paratroopers scattered across Sicily, often landing miles from their drop zones. Friendly fire incidents, particularly when American transports were struck by nervous Allied gunners, exposed the dangers of complex operations. Logistics also faltered under the strain, as supply convoys struggled to keep up with Patton's rapid westward dash. Command friction between Montgomery and Patton highlighted the challenges of coalition warfare, where national pride sometimes clashed with shared objectives. Still, the Allies adapted, learning to balance audacity with caution, speed with sustainability. These lessons would shape the Normandy invasion a year later, refining the art of amphibious and airborne warfare. Husky was both a proving ground and a rehearsal for the battles that lay ahead. For the German Wehrmacht, Sicily revealed the stark contrast between their discipline and their Italian allies' collapse. Hube's evacuation preserved the core of German strength, ensuring that the Allies would face seasoned divisions in Italy. The fighting around the Etna line and the coastal rearguards showed that German soldiers could delay and bleed even a numerically superior foe. Yet the evacuation also underscored Germany's strategic weakness, its inability to hold Sicily against the full weight of Allied power. Hitler's decision to commit forces to Italy would tie down divisions sorely needed on the Eastern Front, stretching resources thin. The fall of Sicily confirmed to German leaders that the Mediterranean was no longer secure, and that the Reich's southern flank was exposed. For the Italians, the campaign was a disaster, their divisions collapsing under pressure, their morale broken, their reputation ruined. Axis propaganda could spin Dunkirk as a miracle, but Sicily could not be disguised as anything but loss. The legacy for the Axis was clear: the tide of war was turning irreversibly against them. The human cost of Husky was staggering, etched into the hills and towns of Sicily. More than 24,000 Allied casualties were sustained, while Axis losses reached nearly 30,000 killed and wounded, with tens of thousands more taken prisoner. Civilians suffered most of all, caught between bombardments, evacuations, and the destruction of their homes. Entire villages were reduced to rubble, and families wandered as refugees across their own island. Farmers returned to find their fields mined, their livestock commandeered, their livelihoods destroyed. The psychological toll lingered long after the guns fell silent, as survivors rebuilt amid ruins haunted by memories of fire and death. For soldiers, Sicily became a crucible of endurance, fought under punishing heat, in rugged terrain, against an enemy that refused to yield easily. Letters home told of fatigue, thirst, and the grim reality of combat far from the headlines. Yet within those losses lay stories of resilience, courage, and the quiet heroism of ordinary men and women. The human cost was the shadow beneath the triumph, a reminder of what victory demanded. For the Allies, Husky also offered a glimpse into the future of coalition warfare. Patton and Montgomery embodied the contrast between American dynamism and British caution, their rivalry both a strength and a weakness. Eisenhower, tasked with holding the coalition together, learned hard lessons about balancing personalities as much as strategies. Coordination between navies and air forces improved, but disagreements over objectives persisted, foreshadowing tensions in later campaigns. Yet the campaign also showed that despite friction, the Allies could achieve great success when united. American soldiers proved themselves capable of fighting toe-to-toe with German divisions, shedding the doubts that lingered after Tunisia. British forces demonstrated endurance and professionalism, grinding through some of the toughest terrain in Sicily. Together, they achieved what neither could have done alone, securing the first step into Europe. Husky was not flawless, but it was proof of concept. The invasion showed that the Allies could project overwhelming power onto enemy shores, a lesson soon to be applied on a far grander scale in Normandy. The strategic consequences of Husky reverberated far beyond Sicily. The Mediterranean was now firmly an Allied sea, its shipping lanes open, its islands liberated one by one. Germany was forced to divert divisions to Italy, weakening its strength in Russia, just as the Soviets prepared their great counteroffensives. The fall of Mussolini signaled to occupied nations that the Axis was not invincible, inspiring resistance movements across Europe. The Italian campaign, though bloody and protracted, would tie down German divisions that might otherwise have fought in France. For the Allies, Sicily demonstrated that the soft underbelly of Europe could be penetrated, even if it proved tougher than Churchill had promised. The psychological impact was immense, boosting morale in Britain and America, while sowing doubt and despair among Axis supporters. Strategically, Husky was not an end but a beginning, the opening chapter of the campaign for Italy. And with Italy came the road to Rome, the Gustav Line, and the slow march toward the heart of Europe. The legacy of Operation Husky rests in its dual nature as both triumph and warning. It was a triumph in its speed, in the toppling of Mussolini, and in the capture of an island that anchored Axis control of the Mediterranean. It was a warning in its lessons about coordination, logistics, and the resilience of the German army. For the men who fought there, Sicily was a battle of dust, sweat, and blood, remembered not in maps but in memories carved into stone villages and mountain passes. For the civilians, it was an ordeal of survival, caught in the whirlwind of empires colliding. For the Axis, it was the beginning of the end, a harbinger of collapse that no propaganda could disguise. And for the Allies, it was the bridge to Europe, the rehearsal for the storm to come. Operation Husky ended on the shores of Messina, but its consequences spread across continents. The invasion of Sicily was more than a campaign, it was a turning point in the Second World War, and from its legacy rose the path that would ultimately lead to victory.